that you're everything I need. Everything I need.
The following program is for adult audiences only.
Now, because I just have to know. Do I make you wanna run? Run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you.
Switch that to live chat.
The way you play with your hair, and now you always wear denim. Yeah, everything about you is the reason I can't spend one more day without you. Oh, so tell me, girl, 'cause I really wanna know. Do I make you wanna run? Run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. Oh, won't you run away with me? Oh, won't you run away with me? I've never felt like this. What are you doing to me? So do I make you wanna run? Run away with me? Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone? Do I make you wanna run? Just be wild and free. Do I really make you feel like you don't need anyone else? Like you don't need anyone else? Because all I need is you. Oh, all I need is you. Hey. Oh, yeah. 'Cause all I need, 'cause all I need is you.
So hard to see from the moment we arrive. Cornelia, you are one who will survive. When time's been bad, you put smiles on everyone. I think of you and of all I should have done. It don't mean a thing what shape or form that you're in, the place you're from, the wealth or the color of your skin. would you agree? With beating hearts, we're still alive. There comes a time when all you have is who you love. And Cornelia, you'll be all I'm thinking of. You told me the thing would shape or form that you're in. The place you're from, the wealth or the color of your skin. When all you have burns to the sky, it's all too late, and you wonder why.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the Vaperz part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed. I didn't forget your microphone this time.
Oh, yeah, I'm on now, am I? You can actually hear us.
Yeah, and I'm on the overhead microphone. What do you guys think? You like that one better?
That's sounding much better.
Or do you like this one better? You hear the same
Sound
thing,
pretty
Kenny.
much the same.
For you, it is.
It sounds pretty much the same to me. Which one
That's
you're on?
this one right here for the audience. And this one right here for the audience for the other one. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, as long as you can hear what I'm saying, it doesn't really matter. The second one sounds better, Cam said.
The Vaping Big is asking for a link to Facebook so you can post these vape hand checks. If you can put that in.
Okay. I will get to that. Because we've only got one so far who decided to contribute to the dad jokes and the hand checks for the week. And I was prepared for that, actually. I do have a bunch of stuff there. But we do have a wonderful show scheduled for you guys for today. We've got the Netflix series, Big Vape, came out. And Kenny's like, oh, I don't know if we have that in the UK because our Netflix is different than yours. But
yeah,
I watched it. I binge watched it, all the one right after the other. And man, did I learn some stuff I did not even consider. I've been, being an advocate for vaping for 4 years since it successfully got me to stop smoking, but I didn't understand some of the intricacies and what else happened in the background, and I didn't understand a lot of the specifics of Juul and why everybody was so anti-Juul. But just like you and I had the conversation, what if it wasn't Juul? What if it was Smock or Oxford or one of the other ones, Vandy Vape? What if they were the ones that came out with, Salt Nick and Device? I think we'd still be in the same boat we're in.
Definitely.
Well, that's what we're going to talk about today, and I want you guys to drop your comments in there, when we go across things, and I want you to tell me what you guys think about it.
Definitely.
All right.
Yeah.
Multitasking, I am not good at, so.
Give him a minute, guys, It's the
Facebook, post, share.
It's an age thing.
They don't make it easy to share stuff on Facebook. All right. I'm just going to drop the link into the chat for the page, and you'll see it's the first one on the page, the last post that I put up, and you guys can drop in your hand checks. But we do have a nice retro vape set up for us today. I've got an adult beverage to review for us today, and it is in a nice big bottle, and it is not wine.
Oh, intriguing.
It has something to do with bartenders and sex. That's all I know.
Okay.
So
I'm interested.
We'll find out what it is later on. We've got that lined up for today. Here's our retro vape set up on the rotating table before us. And because we're talking about Juul, well, I got a Juul. I haven't even opened it yet because there's a part of me that can't get past the disdain of it. But I do have to give credit where credit is due. They did create an intense marketing campaign that recruited a whole bunch of smokers that would have never thought about vaping if it wasn't for what Juul was able to do and its design and its function and its successful way to replace a cigarette. I mean, that's what ultimately it came down to. That's why it worked.
I think here there what Billy Ray Rice just said, it was the advertising that was the downfall, because obviously the thought was going to kids.
And that was because of who they chose to do the advertising for it. When they recruited the person to do the marketing for Juul, he was a marketer. He didn't give two craps about smokers or about nicotine, about vaping, about any of that stuff. He just wanted to be the most successful marketing campaign ever invented. And you know what he did? The same shit that Big Tobacco did back in the 50s and 60s. The exact same thing. The pictures. When you watch the Netflix documentary, you will see side-by-side comparisons of Virginia Slims and Juul. Side-by-side comparisons of all these other brands of cigarettes and the way they advertised in magazines and TV, and it's exactly what Juul did.
Definitely.
That right there set the downfall of Juul. And for me, in my thing, there was one sentence in the first episode that got me to take a look at it and go, what if you are the most successful vaping product on the planet? And you did everything exactly right. And you did your marketing campaign completely different. You stayed honed and focused on the smoker. We'd still be in the same boat we're in.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are going to experiment. We know that. And kids, especially the ones that are at risk to begin with, the ones that would have started smoking either way, even if vaping never existed, they would have eventually become smokers because of their upbringing, their circumstances, and all this other stuff. Let's be realistic.
No. Yeah.
If it wasn't Juul, it would have been somebody else. Technology keeps marching on. That's the reality of it. And for me, that single sentence, that was the downfall of Juul. They became the most successful vaping product on the planet. And by doing so, they got well over 1 million smokers to give up their cigarette habit and improve their health outcomes. But along with that comes all the teen
but
use.
along the way, that aside, there was still the most successful vape product that was competing big style with the cigarette companies. They were losing revenue because of these. You know what I mean?
They're still losing revenue because of these.
Yeah.
They're still losing customers left and right. You don't think that, Philip Morris International all of a sudden just decided they wanted to be the good guys. They knew that their days are numbered. And if they didn't come out to be the good guys, they have no hopes of being, in business 20 years down the road. Because I feel pretty confident saying 20 years down the road, there will be no cigarette smoking. Except where vaping is completely banned. When they ban the safer alternatives, people have no choice. You either continue smoking so you can get all the pleasurable effects of cigarette smoking that we all chose to do, or you choose not to smoke and deal with life the way it is. That's a fact, Jack.
Becky Harrison, welcome.
Becky Harris, hello and welcome. Billy Lee Rice, hello and welcome. William Dobson, Dusty Country Road, Sean Lesher, John Beer, Al Ben, Sean Lynch, Vaping Bick, Kenny, myself, Billy Lee Rice, and Pam Spraggins was the first one in the chat today. Awesome. Wonderful to have all of you guys here. We are all one big vape family, and because we're one big vape family, well, we need to actually do the right thing. And I feel bad that we didn't actually go this far into it last time, but we need to go and actually take a look at this fundraiser that's going on right now for Mick.
Yeah.
Where is it? There you go. All right. This is Mick's daughter. She just had a child. And this is the story that everybody dreads. This is the story I never wanted to write, the story that nobody ever wants to hear. But this story has to be told, and I'm asking if all of you would help a little towards giving it a happier ending. Louise, mom, daughter, Beavers, Lou, by whatever name you know her, is a beautiful person inside and out, 40 years young, with a loving family and 4 amazing children. Louise found a breast lump in January. Lou was also in her early pregnancy. That lump turned out to be cancer. Whilst pregnant, Lou underwent surgery, a mastectomy, and lymph node clearance. All other treatment had to stop until Susie was safely delivered. Chemo started, then came the devastating news. This is how Lou, with her indomitable spirit, courage, and love for her family, announced it to the world. Right. As many of you know, the Grim Reaper came a-knocking at my door a few months ago. He came in the form of breast cancer. He took away my boob, my lymph nodes, while I was pregnant with my beautiful baby girl, Susie. I've since had chemo. He took away my hair and gave me sickness and pain. Last week, he finally made up his mind and decided that he is taking all of me. The cancer has spread to my lungs and is now incurable. But while I cannot deny his wish to take it all from me, I do have life left in me to live. So no mopping around people. We have memories to make and love to spread. I entrust all of you to help me make the most of the time I have left with all of you. Skydive with my eldest child, seeing my baby's first birthday, telling everyone I love them a zillion times over. So buckle up. The ride of here, for me, is about to start, and it isn't going to be a disappointing one, nor a slow one. So please, can you dig deep? Let's help this gorgeous woman make those memories and tick every last thing off of her bucket list. Thank you. Any donation you make can and will make a difference. The goal was 20,000 pounds. We're at 21,230. And the more that she has, the more that she's going to be able to live her life to the fullest before the Grim Reaper takes her. And all that's left is sadness for her family. It's touching talking about this, and it's hard for me even at this point. I mean, I'm about ready to, break down and start crying. My wife called me on her way to work today because she finally had a moment where song was playing, and reminded her of her mom, who'd also died of cancer. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't make the memories with your parents when you can. Which also reminds me that we may not be streaming next week because my mom has to do another cardiac cath, and if my brother can't take her, well, then I'm the last one left, and I'm going to have to cancel the show and go do that for her. I know it's a quick, in and out procedure nowadays, but she needs to have it to confirm, whether the medications and the treatment and the diet that she's using is actually working or not. So keep an eye out on Facebook. Either there'll be a show or there won't. Regardless, we're going to keep marching on. We don't have a choice. So
Exactly. Time waits for no man, as they say.
that it does. That's definitely true. All right, so getting back to the focus of today's show. It's about the book that came out, Big Vape, The Rise and Fall of Juul. And this was, jump over. The author of this is Jamie DUCHARME, who's also in the Netflix series, and talks about the rise and fall of Juul.
So,
And
after
naturally.
seeing it, are you going to go and buy the book? Are you going to go and buy the book now?
I don't know. At this point, I don't think that there's anything that they left out of the series, or like normally when you put something on TV, they have to adapt it, and there's parts that they leave out, and there's parts that they glorify, and this isn't the case. And the fact that Jamie also works for Time Magazine, well, she's written plenty of articles, and there's a whole series on Time Magazine's website about, and in their magazine, about this docuseries, about this whole topic that the book was written about. There's an article written about the book. How did the book come to being? There's an article in there about that. And how did it become?
You're nothing but a marketer of a poison, and your target has been young.
No, I don't want to play it because you're not going to see it being played.
Has been young people.
I'm going to have a look on, see what might be on here. Might not.
See if we can get the trailer to play again. If not, we'll go to YouTube.
2000s, there was this sense tech could do no wrong. Move fast and break things. That's the tech ethos.
It was wildly irresponsible.
There are a billion people who still smoke globally. We saw this as a huge public health opportunity.
The way that Apple markets their products was a huge inspiration for me. They're beautiful objects to be worshipped.
We joined the company because we wanted to take down big tobacco.
Our entire mission is to put them out of business, and you just let them buy us?
It felt like they were partnering with the devil.
I don't think anyone could have anticipated how many children would want this product.
People at Juul were sending out free products to a long list of influencers and celebrities. When you put something like the Juul campaign out into the world, it's like releasing a genie from a bottle. There is no going back.
And they're these 15-year-old kids who are doing the vape equivalent of chain smoking. They blew up all the progress that was being made.
James and Adam had lost control.
Serious health problems linked to vaping.
Serious lung damage.
I was in so much pain that I seriously had to crouch. I was going through respiratory failure.
We want to get
Not
on
from
with the
Juul.
business of eliminating cigarettes and
Sorta.
saving lives.
You're nothing but a marketer of a poison, and your target has been young people.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
That is not what the target was. The founders of Juul, the creators of Juul, which wasn't their first product, as is most technology products. You have to go through multiple different, stabs at an objective, and time for the music to go. You have to go through multiple stabs at an objective to accomplish your goal. So they first came out with a product, which was the Plume. It was a heat not burn product. And it was a pain in the wazoo because you had to put the tobacco in there, and then you had to pre-ignite it and warm it up and get ready to work. And it just wasn't worth fanning about when it came to how easy it was to light up a cigarette. It just doesn't work. So they had to come out with a different version. And eventually they developed it into what we know as Juul today. But in order for that Juul product to be formulated, they had to come out with Saltnik, because they had to their goal was to replace a cigarette. So if you're trying to replace a cigarette, you need to replace how your body takes in the nicotine, how quickly it gets into your bloodstream, how quickly it gets to your brain, and then how long it lasts inside of you before, your body's going to start craving it again. And so far, of all the products that we've ever tested, they are the closest that they've ever come to it. But even the Juul does not get the nicotine to your brain as quickly as a cigarette does. There's multiple scientific studies that I could show you and point you to that document the blood content levels of nicotine and show you how a consumer uses a vape and how it rises in your bloodstream and how it slowly dissipates, and the differences between freebase and salt base nicotine.
Yeah.
But the whole goal for them was laser focused on trying to eliminate cigarette combustion. So even if it wasn't them, and even if it wasn't Juul, what happens when you succeed and your product is way better than cigarette smoking? I think you're going to draw the same attention from curious teenagers, whether you market to them or not. Because as we found out, they're going to market what they like. And if they pick it up and go, mango, ooh, this is delicious. Ooh, and you get a nice little buzz from it. And I don't think that the comparison that they did in the beginning of the intro, where they said that these kids are I don't even know how to say it. They were comparing it to chain smoking cigarettes. No.
Yeah.
When you chain smoke cigarettes, especially when you're a brand new smoker, you get sick after the second cigarette.
Oh, yes.
Well, it doesn't happen with a vape because a vape is just the nicotine. None of the carcinogens, none of the tar, none of the other constituents, none of the MAOIs that are created in cigarette combustion are present in a vape. So they just got the high from the nicotine. And it's easier for them to overdo. For me, I think binge drinking is a much better comparison to what kids were doing with Juuls. We all know that kids love to binge drink. Matter of fact, the statistics on it are astronomical. On how many kids actually binge drink every month. Doesn't matter what part of the world you live on.
Well, adults do. I mean, I don't go out often, but when I do, I make up for it.
I quit doing that, to be honest with you. All those weeks of DJing every Friday and every Saturday night, and the hangover that would last until Wednesday. Yeah. No. I don't make up for it anymore.
That's why it's very little and very often. It's very, very, very little. It's very rare, should have said. But where did I get that one from?
We're
I'll tell you what
actually
else we
social
can
drinkers
talk
now, where we're like after a meal, you'll have some alcohol to go with it. Or like on our weekly vlog when we do, a random alcohol that we try and, adult beverage review. I've never tried this. Well, let's try it.
Yeah.
But I haven't
I'll
finished
tell
off
you
the whole
another thing
bottle on the
with,
stream.
The other thing with Juul as well is obviously when them cannabis pods were around, putting everybody in hospital, they were using them through a Juul device, so that didn't go well for them either.
Yeah, that's a little tiny bit that is in like the third episode or the final episode of the series. They actually talked about, because this girl is on there and she's like, do you mind if I Juul while we record this interview? That one that was crying because she was in a hospital. Asking if she could Juul while, they're doing the interview for this documentary. That's because she knows it wasn't the Juul that got her sick. It was the cannabis pods that she bought on the black market.
Yeah.
That's what made her sick.
Yeah. A lot of them seem to fucking miss them little tiny details out, don't they? When they're doing the old scaremongering.
Listen, this was probably the most unbiased, fair, objective documentaries that I've seen about vaping. We saw our favorite buddy, Stanton Glantz, in there, which really irritated me because when Juul was developing their product, they knew that they're going to have to, at some point in time, technologically deal with the fact there's going to be underage people using it. And they wanted to create like a fingerprint reader for the device to authorize its use. And unless you registered the device and you were an adult that could show ID, they could keep the device disabled because only authorized devices would actually work. So if you were an adult and you bought it, and you bought it, and then they could do it right at the retail locations because they wanted to be the Apple of, vaping to eliminate cigarette smoking. Just like your cell phone doesn't work if you steal it from the store, it has to be activated onto the network. Juul wanted to be the same way, and Stanton Glantz talked him out of it because he said that, you're going to find a way to make this thing 1,000 times more addictive than a cigarette if we let you have, instantaneous knowledge of its use and how you can control it remotely. They were just activating it. They weren't trying to remotely control what kind of a dose you get.
No, that's
not how vaping works. It's kind of like when we were looking at that cardiologist, 2 weeks ago? It shoots it right in your lungs. What?
Whoa. Boom.
It doesn't shoot it into your lungs. That's not how it works.
Oh, that was fun, that. That was hilarious. That was more of a comedy than a big documentary.
Oh, yeah.
It was brilliant.
I've been looking for other ones, other interviews we could tear apart like that one. But she had to be the most idiotic doctor I've ever talked about. And believe me, as an ACLS instructor for the American Heart Association back in my early days of being a paramedic, I taught cardiologists advanced cardiac life support. And they're not always the brightest light bulb in the box, despite what you might think of them. If you need your heart fixed, they're the experts. They're the plumbing experts of the heart and can fix it for you. But don't ever ask them about anything that's not in their specialty because they don't have a clue at all. It's an unrealistic expectation to think just simply because they're a cardiologist, they're a really good doctor that knows everything about medicine. That's not how they work. They're specialists. That would be like asking your cabinet maker to fix the brakes on your car.
It's like the common sense just goes.
Oh, man. Some of them have no common sense.
My God.
But that's neither here nor there. This is all about, Big Vape. And it really cemented it in stone whenever they decided to take this big, massive cash infusion with Altria. Matter of fact, they even in the documentary, they talk about all the staff that they interviewed during the documentary. Most of them said that they wanted to quit the day that they found out that they took this massive cash infusion with Altria. We came and on board with Juul because we wanted to eliminate big tobacco. We wanted to crush them. We wanted to wipe them off the face of the earth. That's what our product is for. And then you partner with them? What? Why?
Yeah.
And then you actually, if you pay attention to the documentary and you like set aside your biases, you come to realize, listen, these guys were a bunch of, college graduates that decided to do this startup business, and they were doing pretty good, but they had a lot of shortcomings because unless you have experience in business, you don't know anything about marketing and logistic chain management and supply and inventory control and how you have to make sure that you have enough products to sell. That was the problem. Their marketing was so good that the store shelves were empty. And people were marking up their products that should have been sold for, 10, 15, 20 bucks. They were selling for 60 and 80 and $100 and getting it from anybody that was interested in it because you couldn't find them anywhere. They were exactly like Apple. When the new iPhone comes out, you can't get it. There's people standing outside the store waiting in line to get the new iPhone. Juul was practically the same.
Billy Lee Rice said it was a roller coaster. Angry at times. I thought it was fair. Then it paid us off again.
That's exactly what it was for me, too.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Oh, I'll give you.
But I learned a bunch of stuff that I didn't know before I watched the series. And I kind of understand now how we ended up where we're at.
But at the end of the day, you see like the way the media attacked them as well. They absolutely slaughtered them, didn't they? And obviously when they had court cases and that, so like I said, you never knew the truth behind it all, really. They just tarred them with this brush and everybody just went along with it, didn't they?
And it's like this. I mean, I hear plenty of people that said, I keep saying, oh, I wish I would have gotten into vaping earlier. I wish I would have gotten into vaping earlier. And they're like, first off, the products weren't that good. Second off, the products were way more expensive. You had to order them directly from China. And by the time you got done paying for them, you were easily into $300 into these things. And then there was all the spitback issues with it, which ironically, Juul had the same problem. Only one out of 5 of their pods that they originally manufactured actually functioned the way that it was designed to function.
Yeah. Oh, there was lots of duds and crap on the learning curve. The early days, some of the stuff was absolutely awful.
And so was Juul.
Yeah.
The first couple batches of pods that they manufactured had so many problems with them, and that's one of the problems that caused their earlier product to fail in the first place.
Yeah.
And now you compound that with the fact that, they developed Saltnik, 5%, 50 milligram per milliliter solution. So now when you get spitback, it's not the same as getting 6 milligram spitback in a device that you poorly wicked and coiled. Now you're getting 50 milligram spitback. And even the staff that worked at Juul, who obviously used their products, complained about it. But nobody wanted to hear about it because they just wanted to get the sales to keep them going. Because like all startups, you have growing pains, constant growing pains. You have cash coming in and you have that has to go to create new inventory to sell. And then you have to keep your investors happy by giving, dividends to them. And it's a vicious cycle. And they even talked about that during the documentary about, how it's no longer about, making your first million. It's about making your first 10 million. Not being valued for $1 billion company, being a $10 billion company. And they grew exponentially and they reached and surpassed all these goals. But they lost sight of their mission.
Yeah.
These two guys set out to eliminate cigarette smoking, not realizing that if you succeed at that goal, you are now going to be the target for tobacco control. They didn't plan any of this part of it out.
I think it's like once the money started rolling in, they probably got off the goal and just saw the dollar signs. You know what I mean? That's probably what diverted them away from, the original goal.
That is also another failure of success. And it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Juul or whether you're talking about, YouTube celebrities or whether you're talking about, TV or movie stars or whether you're talking about the latest new cell phone that comes out. There are consequences to success that if you don't plan for, that was one of the best things I learned in my MBA degree is you need to plan for what if you succeed. You always need to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 steps ahead of where you actually are so that you know what to do when you get there. And not be stuck with your thumb up your ass going, well, now what do I do?
Yeah.
So
it is. Exactly right.
And they also failed to consider, the fact that, cannabis, it was eventually going to become legalized. And if you create a product and somebody can take your product and adulterate it, which anybody could do, this is the best example for why open tank systems don't need to be banned because it's not going to solve anything. Juul was a closed pod system and it got adulterated. And that's what caused all the EVOLI illnesses, which I think should be renamed VOLI, vitamin E acetate lung injury.
Yeah.
Not EVOLI. It has nothing to do with the vaping. It has to do with what's in it that you're vaping. But
wow.
Of all the articles that I have listed in the description below, this was the one that I thought was the most interesting. This is actually talking to the filmmaker who had nothing to do with the book. He's actually a filmmaker. That's what he does, makes documentaries and miniseries and stuff. His perspective on this whole Juul situation. Okay? RJ Cutler on Big Vape and Juul's rush to market. Nobody would take a cancer drug and put it out that way. That's because the public sees cigarette and smoking cessation as a medicinal treatment, not as in a consumer product that a consumer-driven industry could solve the problem. That's what we have specialists for. That's why we go to cancer doctors to get chemo and radiation, because they're the specialist. But what's the outcome of everybody that goes and gets chemo and radiation? They all die.
Pretty much.
What did it give you to deal with all that side effects of chemo and radiation? Extra 6 months? 9 months? And what was your quality of life during those 6 or 9 months that you were getting treatment? Was it great? Or was it shit?
Agony. You in agony.
Watch my dad go through that and how he ended up. Watch my mother-in-law go through it and how he ended up. My uncle.
The thing is, though, it's the chemo and the radiation therapy totally kills your immune system. So sometimes it's not the actual cancer that kills you. It's something that your body kind of deal with. I mean, I think one of my friends who had it died of pneumonia, but he just because the radiation for the the therapy he was getting totally killed his immune system.
Well, that's kind of like, we got stink bugs. We got all these new bugs that are coming out of the woodwork, that we never had when we were growing up as a kid. Well, it's just like taking a nuclear bomb and dropping it. Sure, you killed the stink bugs, but what do you have left after it goes off?
Nah, but you've got to think about we were kids. We didn't have the technology we've got today. You were out all day, so your body could fight this stuff. You know what I mean? You were out and about and you were dealing with it. You know what I mean? Not now when we sit in the house all on the little keyboards and shit. As soon as they go out and they get a cold, that's it. They're dying. You know what I mean?
I got a great meme in the dad joke section for us this week where the picture of a grocery store, right? And it says 90% of these products came into existence within our lifetime. They weren't on the shelves when we were born, right?
Right.
Isn't it ironic how 90% of the diseases that we have today weren't experienced by our parents or their grandparents? Only after the introduction of all these new foods do we see all this disease and diabetes in juveniles and cancer rates the way they are?
Yeah, that's it. It's all fast processed stuff now, isn't it? You know, it's not good old fashioned home cooked meals like we used to do. You know what I mean? It's all fast processed shit that you hide in the microwave for 5 minutes or you stick in the oven for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's fucking shite stuff. We eat now
Yeah, and
is
all the
fast.
cereals that they have out nowadays that are all just sugar, instant metabolism. Then you wonder why you have diabetes. You have hyperinsulinemia. Well, your body has to take and deal with all the sugar you just sent it. You wouldn't get that if you actually ate, you know, I don't know, oatmeal and bananas and fruit and...
Yeah, fresh fruit and veg. Cannot lose.
Yeah. But it was a very interesting story.
Hey.
These guys truly had a mission when they were in college that they were going to eliminate combustion. They were going to come out with a better alternative to cigarettes that wouldn't kill you. Worst case scenario, you had to use them the rest of your life. But it wouldn't hurt you. If anything, it has some positive benefits. And I could sit here and talk about this for hours, but I know we're already 45 minutes into the stream, so I'm just going to rush through a couple of this thing. There are links in the description if you guys want to delve into it. If you don't have access to Netflix, you could read some of these Time Magazine articles from the author herself and pretty much get up to speed on what is covered in the documentary. You won't get the emotional roller coaster ride of the goods and the bads and all that other stuff, but if you're truly interested in learning about the subject and, you know, and want to understand why things are the way they are, well, these articles will bring you up to speed on it. And like I said, we can't do news and advocacy without talking about some science. Because one of the things talked about in the series, in the video, was how they decided that the first place that they were going to instill a ban on flavored vaping was the hometown of Juul in San Francisco.
Ah, there you go.
And now we have science to show, guess what? When you decide to ban it, number one, you didn't eliminate flavored vaping. People just go outside of your town to buy what they want and they keep using it. Number two, the people that were buying it, you know, on the black market from their friends, well, guess what? They're just going to go buy cigarettes instead. So the study shows if you ban flavored vaping, you increase cigarette sales. And how is that good for the public health when you insist on people using the stuff that's going to kill them instead of the stuff that isn't going to kill them?
Because the stuff that is going to kill them is lying in the pockets of the fat cats. And all your governors and all your senators, they're making money out of you dying. Hey.
And all the medical associations and the body part organizations out there and the tobacco control freaks that get all this money from cigarette sales, they don't like it when you actually don't have anything to do. Heaven forbid that, you know, the tobacco control industry, oh my God, run out of funding because there's nobody smoking cigarettes? Wow.
Yep.
Disease and death don't happen on the scale it is today. Wow, that's horrible. Oh my goodness.
Curse you.
This is the part that really irritates me. I'm talking about roller coaster rides. There's still a lot of debate about the risks and benefits of vaping. No, there isn't. The only debate we have is what are the ants going to do when nobody smokes cigarettes anymore?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Definitely.
I wrote the book on Juul in 2021. Here's what happened to the vaping industry since then. Fantastic article. Talks about how Juul got banned, how the FDA has been banning it, and the only thing that's authorized now is tobacco-flavored Juul. Even the menthol. Now it's stuck in court, because that's what happens when, you know, the FDA, the federal government issues a decision that is not based on science that they're supposed to judge it on. Well, then you have to go to take them to court and say, hey, man, here's 3,000 pages of science that they didn't even look at. Because if they did look at it, they couldn't have made the statement they did about our product.
Mm-hmm.
Their applications were literally hundreds of thousands of pages long.
Wow.
If they had a team of researchers that were experts on the subject reading their submission, it would take them years to read every single word in their submission. There's no way that they can complete it in 6 months or a year. Meanwhile, this whole time, 480,000 Americans are dying every single year from cigarette smoking because we just don't know. This is my favorite article that I've found about the topic. I vaped my way through the Netflix Big Vape documentary series. So did I.
Also, there, poof.
Yeah, and every time I saw Stanton glance, I chain vaped. You ignorant mother.
Started biting your mud. Ah!
Good thing these drip tips are durable, let me tell you. As an adult vapor, it's easy to feel forgotten when it comes to passionate arguments surrounding tech's answer to cigarettes. With the Netflix documentary series Big Vape, The Rise and Fall of Juul, I was expecting much the same, but with moving pictures. As an avid smoker until my 30s, I got my first device in 2013. It was bulky, complicated, sometimes burnt my lips and leaked juice into my mouth. My favorite flavor was watermelon. And for a while, I carefully measured freebase nicotine into fruit-flavored liquids. Mm-hmm. Boy, does that sound familiar.
Yeah.
Anyway, a link to this article is going to be in the thing before, and I thought it was kind of ironic that the whole way through the Netflix series, they had cartoons like this. When people didn't want to be in the series, they replaced them with cartoons. And they narrated the whole segment talking about, you know, what that person, how he had to do with the storyline.
Yeah. Clever.
But it's not marketed for kids.
I don't know.
Listen, even Grimm talked about it. He even dedicated, you know, the whole news and advocacy segment of his stream about this.
He did. Yeah, he did. I remember that.
Live tonight. Live news and advocacy. What a throwback. Old school vlog. First thing I'm going to do, of course, is I'm going to tell you to join CASA right here. This CASA, this is critical. If you're a vapor and you're a consumer, you should be part of a consumer organization and you should join CASA. I'm going to leave this here for like the whole rest of the vlog. Join CASA right there.
Yes, because if you don't know about what's going on around you, you can't react. And CASA will do a wonderful job keeping you informed about what's going on. Like the fact that, once again, the federal government is trying to instill another vape tax. And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't hear anything about it until it's actually in the federal budget for next year. That's how they got the shit done last time.
Yeah. You go to buy it and you think, hang on, what happened there?
Yeah, why does it cost $60 for something that cost me $30 before?
Exactly.
We're going to have a whole lot of new DIY mixers after that tax goes into play.
Yes. Yeah.
Just join it. It's free. You just need an email. When there's a call to action in your state, they send you a little email. It's like, hey, Ian, vape tax, vape ban, vape this, vape that. There is a tax, actually, that I do want.
Hey, where's Ian Thomas? He's not here today.
Give him a matter of time.
To mention.
All right.
And I don't have the tab up. Of course I don't. Of course I don't. Oh, here it is. Yep. I found it. Fighting a vape tax. HR 5715. HR 5715, fight a vape tax. This bill's just been introduced. 5715 has been introduced, seeks to raise a tax on all tobacco products in a rate equal to or more than the tax applied.
Do you consider your vape a tobacco product?
Nope.
Do you guys in the audience watching right now, do you think that vapes are tobacco products? Or is it the antithesis of a tobacco product?
It's still
Drop it
labelled
in
as
chat.
that, isn't it, by
I want to
all
know.
that?
No, we don't think of it as a tobacco product. Oh, hell no. We don't think of it as a tobacco product. And Mallory says, point to the tobacco in my vaping device.
Exactly.
Find it. Meta says, no. Vaping Bic says, no. It's a harm reduction product. Even Jake Scrapwood says, no, it's a nicotine delivery system. It is not a tobacco product. The only reason they're making it a tobacco product is because they want your money. You're not buying cigarettes anymore, so we want you to give us your money a different way.
Exactly.
It's a load of shite. Yes, we're going to talk about that too. William Dobson brings up there's a public white paper on the government website about vaping in the UK, and we need to have a look. Why don't we do that right now? Which one is it?
We're already one step ahead here, William.
There you go, sir. Have a nice day. Here's the link. Drop it in chat. Consultations. Department of Health and Social Care. Government.uk. Creating a smoke-free generation and tackling youth vaping. Your views. And I'm going to fair warn you from the comments I've read on other people in Twitter, a lot of the questions are extremely biased. You will have a hard time answering it like an actual vapor wants to answer a question.
Well, they ran a news, the breakfast news last week, saying the reasons why this white paper, you know, it was another example of a teen vapor, and they ran a story with this 12-year-old lassie who apparently, you know, had a habit of disposable vapes. She was hiding them everywhere and all this bloody-da. Eventually, took ill, went to hospital, and it was in a induced coma. So as the story went on, it actually turned out that this 12-year-old, at the time of her illness, was an asthmatic who also had a cold. What's an asthmatic doing vaping? At 12 years old.
Well, at 12 years old, they don't give a shit about anything. You know yourself, your kids are going to do stuff, whether you tell them it's good for them to do it or bad for them to do it.
Oh,
some people just have to learn for themselves what the fuss is about.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
kind of
worst
story
thing,
around with
this is my pet peeve, okay? And this is why I think, and we'll get to it in the end, the FDA is literally killing people right now, and they're killing a generation by lying to them. Don't be a fool and think that if you lie to kids and tell them how bad it is, that we're going to save all these kids from ever being, being a nicotine addict. Because guess what? When you lie to somebody and they found out that you lied, they won't believe anything you ever say for the rest of their life. So, especially with the fact that we've got this whole COVID situation and the world pandemic that we all suffered through, you really think that if something else comes along that's going to be worse than COVID later on down in 10, 20 years down the road, that these people that you've been lying to their entire life are going to believe you? And that's a good thing for public health? I'm sorry. These people need to be held accountable. Dr. Brian King, who started this whole volley crap at CDC and is now running the FDA Tobacco Control Division. I'm sorry. That guy should burn in hell as far as I'm concerned.
I've got this. If I can, hang on a minute. Give us a look.
And if you want to read more about the actual plans that they have going on in the UK and why the questions are worded the way they are, well, you're going to have to do a deep dive into their recently publicated list of what their new plans are to create a smoke-free generation.
This is here as I go page here. And I think this page, about if you bear with us, if I get down, I think it's got an example. There you go. There's some of the examples of the questions. Do you agree or disagree that the age of the sale of tobacco products should be changed so that anyone born on or after the 1st of January 2009 will never legally sold, also in Scotland, never legally purchased tobacco products? Agree, disagree, don't know. They're just answers. There's no, you know what I mean? The wording's very on them. Do you think that proxy sales should be prohibited?
Most people don't even know what a proxy sale is.
Exactly.
Let alone the fact that you can't ban it because, well, it's a proxy sale by somebody who's not even a shop.
As you go down, you've got evidence on vape flavors, options. And there's a question. Do you agree or disagree that the UK government and devolved administration should restrict vape flavors? This is the kind of stuff they're asking you. Which options do you think would be the most effective way for the UK government and devolved administration to implement restrictions on flavors? Limiting how vape is described, limiting on ingredients in vapes. What do you mean limiting on ingredients in vapes? There's fuck all in them. Limit the characterization flavors, the taste and smell of vapes. Don't know. I mean,
wait a minute. Isn't the ingredients in vapes already limited? There's already a list of prohibited substances.
Yes.
So the question's bullshit right off the bat.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Which option do you think would be the most effective way for the UK government and devolved administration to restrict vape flavors to children and young people? Flavors limited tobacco only, flavors limited tobacco, mint and menthol only, flavors limited tobacco, mint and menthol fruits only. Fucking stop them buying them in the first place. Regulate it better.
How about flavors limited to everything except tobacco? No, there's no tobacco. Ban tobacco flavored vapes.
Yeah.
Allow all other flavors except tobacco.
This one here, this is the weird. Do you think there are any alternative flavor options the UK government and devolved administration should consider? What do you mean alternative flavors? There's tons of flavors out there.
All of the flavors matter.
Exactly.
Come on now.
And this one's even better. Do you think I repeat, non-nicotine e-liquid, for example, shortfills, should also be included in restrictions on vape flavors? There's no nicotine in it.
So why are you restricting it? It's essentially scented fog juice.
Exactly.
Wait a minute. If they do put restrictions on it, does that mean I won't be able to buy strawberry scented fog juice anymore for weddings? What?
But like you said, everybody's right about the word. Sales displays. Which option do you think would be most effective way to restrict vapes to children and young people? Vapes must be kept behind the counter and cannot be on display like tobacco products. Vapes must be kept behind the counter, can only be on display. Well, they're behind the counter anyway, for a start. You know what I mean? But then again, the next one, do you think exemptions should be made for specialist vape shops? Yes, that's the only people that should be selling them in my eyes. To me, they should stop supermarkets, corner shops, garages, petrol stations, all them easy outlets, stop them selling them and just have vape shops selling them. End of. Done.
Now listen, if you have to come up with some compromise, I think it's only fair that all the places that sell cigarettes should sell vaping products. If you want to limit the flavors at the gas stations, grocery stores, convenience stores, all that other stuff to the tobacco, mint, and menthol, fine. But allow the specialty shops to have all the flavors, because when they try tobacco vape and go, then this tastes like shit, I don't want it, maybe they'll go to a vape shop so they can get their creme brulee or their custard or their mint or their cinnamon Danish.
And then they can move on to the packaging, which, you know, is another big thing. Which option do you
Another
think
waste
will be
of time.
the most effective way for the UK government and vote to restrict the way vapes can be packaged and presented to reduce youth vaping? Come on, man. Prohibiting the use of cartons. Well, where are you going to put it in? Characters, animals, inanimate object. What I mean, an inanimate object. What I mean, really? Other child-friendly imagery? What?
Listen. Listen.
It's fucking bollocks, isn't it?
Adults love flavors, you stupid morons. I was at the liquor store to buy our adult beverage to review this week, and look at the lovely flavors. Whipped cream, vodka, pineapple, peach, cherry, grape. Take your pick. Kiwi, raspberry, strawberry, vanilla. There's my wife's favorite right there. Strawberry lemonade.
There you go.
You want a different
The man
brand?
himself
There
is
you
in.
go.
Are you asking?
Passion fruit, apple, mango. Oh, no, adults don't like flavors. Over half of the liquor store is filled with flavors, but adults don't like flavors. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. How about whiskey? You want flavored whiskey? This is the most popular selling bottle in the store. They have a hard time keeping these two brands right there, these two flavors on the shelf. Most of the time when you walk in the liquor store, these two shelves are empty. Crown Royal Peach and Crown Royal Apple are the most popular product in that store. Want some rum?
Malibu. That's a total. They're getting flavored Malibu.
Peach,
now.
watermelon, and strawberry Malibu rum. And then there's obviously mango and coconut and a bunch of other stuff.
That's one of my wife's favorite brews, that one. Malibu. She loves it.
Yeah. Adults love flavors. Common sense.
Speaking
once
of the man
again,
of the moment, here he is. Ian Thomas is in. There you go. Hi, Ian.
Hello and welcome. We just saw you on Nick's stream. So we're going to get to Dr. Charles Gardner because he always has such wonderful ways of summing things up, right? Trying to wrap up the news here.
Yeah.
Another way to put it, there are 99% fewer toxicants in electronic cigarette vapor, regardless of brand or anything. In electronic cigarette vapor of any source. 99% fewer toxicants. Almost at concentrations 100 to 450 times lower than cigarette smoke. But FDA's position is we're going to wait 3 decades to see if long-term risks are less than smoking. Are you a moron? We're only going to lose another 240 million smokers in the process of waiting. But we're going to, take the cautionary approach. Because we just don't know.
The science has pretty much given them figures, you know what I mean? Really.
Here's Big Vape, covered on the CBS Morning News.
Times Jamie DUCHARME, and she joins us now along with the series director, RJ Cutler. Thank you both for being here. I think the story of Juul is an absolute tragedy. And I'll say that for any smoker in my life, I tell them, quit smoking traditional cigarettes now and switch to vaping if it helps you quit. That is my position on this. The fact that we haven't had clear messaging in this country, I think actually literally kills people. I'm really curious, Jamie, when you started writing about this, what initially attracted you?
Well, I began covering Juul in around 2018, at the time when many teenagers were beginning to Juul. So at the very beginning, I was interested in that, sort of what is vaping doing to young people? What are the health effects? I'm a health and science reporter, so that's what drew me to it. But over time, the story really evolved for me into a business story, into a character-driven story, and that is what led to the book that has now become the series out today.
Yeah. What made you pick up the book and say, man, this has got to be a 4-part docuseries?
Well, I see this as a great example of kind of the central narrative of our moment, which is the unintended consequences of big tech. They didn't set out to reignite a youth smoking epidemic, but they did. They set out to create a...
You created the series and you're still calling it a smoking situation?
Whoa, rewind.
The youth vaping situation has nothing to do with cigarette smoking. It's the antithesis to cigarette smoking. It should be celebrated that they are not smoking cigarette. They're choosing something that we just saw has 99% less harm potential than a cigarette. But you're still going to call it smoking.
A smoking cessation device, and the twist of the story is the damn thing worked.
It actually
They succeeded.
does. Yeah.
The engineering's fantastic, the design is fantastic, but the way the company brought the product to the world was a disaster.
Yeah, and their intentions, I think, in the beginning were pure, but once you see the number of kids who were using it, because it's not good for kids, then we've taken it.
Hey, how about you shut up until you understand what the actual harm is of a vape? And that's one thing that I think they should have done a better job on the documentary, on the series. They should have done more to explain about how Avali has nothing to do with vaping. The only reason Avali came to be about, which they did show in the series, is because one guy decided he was going to make Juul pods filled with tainted black market cannabis liquid that he was selling for buku bucks because people could throw them into their Juul and use their Juul to vape cannabis.
Yeah.
But they showed all these people getting sick from Juul, and it wasn't Juul. It was this guy's product, and he's now in jail for creating all these Juul pods filled with vitamin E acetate.
There's another question, right?
And at the end of the docket...
Say he developed a pod for another pod system for the cannabis. Would you still be in the same boat, or would it be another company that'd be down for because of it, because their device was used for it? It's like you said, what if it wasn't Juul? It was like another big company. You know what I mean?
Juul just happened to be the most popular product out there. That's why he picked their pods, because he could go to China and he could order empty pods that he could fill up with his own liquids. Because anytime that you make something that everybody wants, there's going to be counterfeit products available. And there's going to be manufacturers in China that will sell you counterfeit stuff that you can sell.
Right, yeah.
They look just like the real product.
China were doing, because China were selling the empty pods, or refillable pods, shall we say.
Yeah. It was a matter of time. And if it wasn't Juul, it would have been somebody else. Because you can't change marketing and circumstances and situations and supply chains. That is the way it is.
Yeah.
It basically says it was really a big marketing error. Is that where we fall on this? You had a great character with a mother and her son who was doing it. And the son, the Juul guy, comes to the class. And the son said, yeah, but they're not saying the right thing. The only one who will believe me is my mom. And then mom, Meredith.
Naturally, CBS's misinformation is going to focus on Meredith and Pave moms, these rich bitches that they found their kids vaping and didn't know that they should be celebrating that instead of starting a campaign against the single best way to quit smoking. They're worried about their money instead of worrying about the people that are dying from cigarette smoking. Why can't they keep their eye on the ball? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
That went on a tear. Do you think the bottom line was the product was a good one, it's just that the marketing was bad?
I always say Juul's is a story of missed opportunity. The product could have been good. It could have made a strong impact on public health, but Juul, the company, made countless mistakes.
Yes, they did make countless mistakes. However, it was a good product because there's at least 1 million people that no longer smoke cigarettes because of Juul. So no matter how much bad they might have done for teens and the whole vape industry as a whole, they got more people to quit smoking in the last 5 years than if the product was never invented. There's 1 million people that are going to live longer because Juul was there for them to quit smoking. Love them or hate them, that's a fact.
And clearly got their product in the wrong hands.
It's so tough, though, because when it comes to cigarettes, unhealthy foods, and drinks, when you market, you know who you're marketing to. Yeah. So, you know, the fact that kids listened and enjoyed what Juul was putting out there is always strange that they kind of walked it back and said it wasn't their intention. But what
did they really market to kids?
It wasn't.
Because when we did talk about it originally, see, they're confusing what they tried to do to stop the kids from using their products with the actual marketing that made their product popular. Yes, they repeated the same mistakes as, you know, big cigarette industry did back in the 50s and 60s by having raves and parties where they handed out the products for free. And that's something they even said in the docuseries about how, yeah, well, all drug dealers give you their first product for free. So I can see that that's as a misstep, but they became popular by word of mouth, not by what their marketing actually did. They became popular because smokers said, man, dude, I bought one of these and I never wanted to touch a cigarette again because it works. It has nothing to do with marketing.
Silicon Valley, in their perspective on how they played a role in the idea of public health. Where do you stand on that argument?
Well, the question is, can the Silicon Valley approach to public health work? I mean, we see big, high-stakes finances at work in the way that we're approaching the cancer crisis in this country, right, up in the Boston area, and it's working. Public health and finance are working together with scientists and engineers to solve this crisis in extraordinary ways. In Silicon Valley, when the principles of Silicon Valley are applied to public health as they were with the Juul, it wasn't successful. So what does that teach us? And
there aren't anti-cancer councils out there.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's against cancer or cancer treatment. So,
despite the fact that it's guaranteed to kill you if you get chemo or radiation, it's guaranteed to ruin other parts of your health, even if it kills the cancer. There aren't anti-cancer councils out there, cancer treatment councils. But there's plenty of anti-vaping organizations out there. Historians are going to look back at this time in our history, and they're going to say that this was the greatest missed opportunity for public health ever recorded in history. And eventually, Big Vape is going to win. It's not going away.
Well, no.
Because regardless of what regulations are in place or what the government tells you to do or what public health advocates tell you to do, people are going to do what makes them feel better. And people are going to do what makes their lives better. And if they don't have to keep buying $10, $20 packs of cigarettes and can switch to something that's cheaper but gives them more satisfaction, I don't care how illegal it is. That's what people are going to do. It's like telling people cocaine is illegal. Yeah, but if they do cocaine and they keep their job and they don't get out of hand with it, well, they don't care that it's illegal. And they don't care that they have to buy it on the black market from your local drug dealer. It's a war of economics. And by them taxing the safer alternative products to cigarettes, all you're doing is forcing people to smoke more and smoke longer.
Without a doubt.
hope that this series will stimulate a conversation towards that.
Can I just ask you, our friends in the UK are very different in the way they approach vaping. They say vaping is less harmful than smoking and a very effective tool for quitting smoking. I'm reading from the National Health Service. In fact, you're roughly twice as likely to quit smoking with a nicotine vape compared to the patch or gum. That's what they say. They'll even give you a free one there to help you get off cigarettes. Here, we got none of that. We haven't approved a single device, and 500,000 people are dying a year. Which of
Yes, this is exactly the point.
us is right? Those guys overseas or our government?
Well, let's just take a look at the numbers, because this is what it's all about, folks. It all comes down to the numbers. 28.3 million adults in the United States are currently smoking combustible cigarettes. More than 16 million Americans are living right now with smoking-related diseases. And current smoking has declined from 20%, almost 21%, in 2005 to 11.5% now. And it all coincides, the massive drop in cigarette smoking coincides with the introduction of vaping as a technology. And that's something that the Juul documentary did not mention whatsoever. They made it look, and even Nick talked about it on his thing, they made it look like, oh, the other devices that were out there were a bunch of nerdy little things where people had cloud comps and, they tried to make it look cool, but they were just being a bunch of nerds. They wrote it off as, they didn't have a clue. And that's what Nick talked about, is there was a subculture that had formed from ex-smokers that had successfully quit with vaping, and they got all their friends and family to do the same thing. And now they're all healthier. But no, that's not good enough for the FDA. No. We still have 480,000 Americans that are dying every single year from combustible cigarette smoking. We're not going to focus on them. We're going to focus on vaping, because the teens might use it, despite the fact that it's not going to hurt any of them, despite what the Volley campaign says. So what is the most successful way to quit smoking? When you ask Google, well, it's nicotine replacement. Okay, well, you get that with the vape. Then electronic cigarettes in the second column. Well, yeah, because the scientific studies have all shown that it's 2 to 10 times more effective than any other nicotine replacement product. The rest of this stuff is irrelevant. Hypnosis doesn't fucking work. I tried it. Behavioral counseling, that didn't work. Avoiding triggers. Oh, yeah, because you can just make your life peaches and cream if you avoid the triggers that set you off. Bullshit, unrealistic. Counseling, that didn't work. Get support. Is that the same thing? How is that different? Set a quit date. Well, that worked for me, but I didn't have to do that. If I wouldn't have set the quit date and not taken cigarettes with me, I'm pretty confident that I still would have come home that weekend a non-smoker, because I totally enjoy vaping way more than I ever enjoyed a cigarette. And that's why the NHS says vaping to quit smoking. There's a whole page on it about facts, and it'll help you to quit smoking. But what's the FDA say about that? Let's take a look. Marketing granted orders. Who have they given orders to allow them to sell vaping products to get people to quit smoking? Philip Morris International. Heat, not burn. That is not being sold because they're in a patent lawsuit with R.J. Reynolds. Useless. Didn't fucking help anybody. Enjoy. We've got one sitting on the table with our retro vape for this week. Maybe we'll pop that open and actually take a look at it. The Vuse Vibe Power Unit. Well, that does a lot of good, except they haven't authorized a single cartridge for it, other than tobacco. And their tobacco tastes like wet, soggy tobacco leaves. Not like creme brulee or caramel nutty notes. Tastes like crap. And surprised they're even on sale any longer. Enjoy Ace, who is now owned by Philip Morris International, I believe. And then we've got the crappy Logic Pro from Japan Tobacco, who owns Logic Technology Development. I did a review on that on my video. The worst product I've ever tried, vaping. All spit back, no pleasure. There we go. 480,000 Americans are dying every single year, and this is the best the FDA can do? Must be because vaping is harmful, right? Is vaping harmful? Well, according to Cancer Research UK, it's not. Research so far suggests that legal electronic cigarettes are far less harmful than smoking. And for people who smoke, legal electronic cigarettes are an option to help them stop. It should be the most number one option ever told to people. And it should be for sale everywhere a cigarette is for sale.
Without a doubt.
And this is what it all boils down to. This is what it all boils down to.
And I'll say that for any smoker in my life, I tell them, quit smoking traditional cigarettes now and switch to vaping if it helps you quit. That is my position on this. The fact that we haven't had clear messaging in this country, I think actually literally kills people. And
Yep, sure is.
Yep. You hit it.
Since I quit smoking, 25,601,362 people have died. 63. 64.
64. It's every, 5 seconds, if that?
Every second. Every second in the United States.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
And for those people that are naysayers and say, oh, well, nicotine is bad, kids shouldn't use nicotine, it's horrible for them. Well, this is addressed once again by Dr. Charles Gardner, and he had a conversation with Brent Stafford, and this is on the Global Forum on Nicotine's channel. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this is definitely something you should know.
Let me ask you, Charles, is nicotine benign?
Well, it's a mild stimulant, but so is caffeine. Someone who has a severe heart condition, that person's doctor should tell them, don't drink caffeine, don't take caffeine, and avoid nicotine as well. Otherwise, I have a thought experiment I often suggest, which is what would happen if we put every adult on Earth on nicotine patches every day for the rest of their lives? What would happen? Well, I can tell you right away, smoking rates would drop. Nicotine increases focus, attention, and memory, and improves. It's a performance-enhancing drug. That is actually, if you're tested for drugs and you're in the Olympics and there's nicotine in your system, that's fine. Nobody cares. But what else would happen? Parkinson's disease rates would drop about 60% worldwide. And probably Alzheimer's and other aging dementias would drop. And then a whole raft of what are called neurodiversity conditions, symptoms would drop. So here we're talking among adults. We're talking about ADHD and autism and bipolar disorder and Tourette's syndrome and schizophrenia. Rates of epilepsy would drop. Rheumatoid arthritis would drop. Ulcerative colitis symptoms would drop, and that's an extremely painful disease. And the majority of this is backed up by dozens of studies that have just tested nicotine patches. I often wonder why the pharmaceutical industry doesn't take its nicotine replacement therapies like patches, nicotine gum, and get them approved for other
there's no money in it
conditions. And I think part of it's just that nicotine can't be patented. You really can't make a lot of money out of it.
That's what it boils down to.
Yeah,
there's no money to be had. And it is a disaster for everyone in public health. You want to know why the American Heart Association, American Lung Association, And all the doctors' organizations are against vaping because you're killing their customer base.
Fuck off. Oh, God. There you go. There's a one there by Mr. Bastard. Are they trying to give kids an quiet taste for tobacco? And Jake Skateboard, there you go. Nicotine bad, but we'll put your kid on Depakote there. I can't say that, and make them zombies.
Yeah, Depakote. Fantastic drug.
Yeah.
Want to fuck up your kid? Put him on Depakote.
What the hell?
Don't we live in a wonderful world, my friend?
It's mad world, man. Mad world. Jesus H. Christ.
And adults don't love flavors. No.
Oh, God. What's this? Oh, it's strawberry cheesecake. Oh, I hate that. Oh, disgusting. Fuck off.
Adults love tobacco flavor. Tobacco flavors, fantastic. Yeah. Listen, when you started smoking, what flavor was available in tobacco? What cigarette did you choose? Did you choose a flavored tobacco, or did you choose tobacco flavored tobacco?
I just went straight down to tobacco. I didn't like menthol. That menthol give us heartburn. And it still does to this day. That's why I never touch it. I absolutely get riddled with heartburn off menthol or ices or anything like that. It riddles us. So I was just straight down the road tobacco.
That's what I started with, tobacco flavored tobacco. And then I evolved to menthol because it soothed my lungs. Alleviated my smoker's cough, except when it made it worse 5 years later.
Don't be saying things like that. Oh, menthol cigarettes alleviate your cough. No, they don't.
And then I went to vaping, and now I don't cough anymore. Well, not any more than a normal person does with allergies. That I've had my entire life, long before I started smoking.
The thing with tobacco then, it wasn't so much the flavor of the tobacco, it was the strengths. Because remember, you used to have tar strengths on cigarette packets.
That was bullshit.
Yeah,
tar strength.
Tar strength. You had low, medium, and high tar cigarettes back in the day with some brands.
Listen, I remember the ones the filters that had charcoal little round nodules inside there.
Bollocks. But that's what they used to try, and that was probably like when they were trying to justify how weren't bad for you, when they're trying to early days saying that smoking's fine for you.
We'll cut the tar back. Forget about all the other thousands of 7,000 toxicants. Don't worry about that. Just focus on the tar. You won't have asphalt in your lungs anymore as much.
I don't know. Honestly, I was coughing that much of it up. You could have relayed a fucking road with it.
Mete said that he started with vanilla back in 2010.
Vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, I don't think there was, when we were smoking, when I was smoking, I don't think there was much flavored tobacco at the time. I think the most thing that added flavor to any tobacco was your cigarette papers. You'd get licorice cigarette papers for hand rolling, and that was about it.
Listen, Mallory Gates hit the nail on the head once again. All tobacco is flavored. When those leaves are moving along the assembly line before you get rolled into a cigarette, they spray all different kinds of things onto there.
I would imagine so, but if it's something you start with and you go with that, you just stick with it, don't you?
I have to laugh because Winston was always advertising, pushing the information out there that our cigarettes are just tobacco leaves. There's nothing added to it. It's just dried tobacco leaves, which we all know is bullshit because they still spray ammonia and a bunch of other things on there to pH balance the tobacco leaves.
There's preservatives and everything guns in as well. So, it's got to have a shelf life, hasn't it?
And forget about the stuff that they sweep up off of the factory floor and throw back in the hopper.
Oh, no, that'll go straight in. That's lovely.
Time for a flavor explosion because I think we need to have some alcohol.
Yes, sir.
And then you can find out about my bartender and sex.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Up for your entertainment today, I told you we were going to be talking about bartenders. And my drink for today is bartenders trading hot sex ready to drink. Made with fresh dairy cream, vodka, ginger, liqueur, ginseng, and other natural flavors.
Ooh.
Who knew you could get hot sex in a bottle? What?
That must be making a fortune.
So what you got there, Bucky?
Well, I've gone back to one I had before, which I thought was quite nice. I've gone back to Dragon Soup.
Dragon Soup?
It's a caffeine, taurine, guarana alcoholic drink. It's just coming in at 7.
My heart is pounding already.
It's 7.5%. On this one, I've got Venom. I'm not sure what the flavor profile is on Venom, but I've also got blackcurrant and apple in Dragon Soup. I've also got some punch, some dark fruit punch flavor.
Hey, man, adults want tobacco flavor. You don't have any tobacco-flavored alcohol.
No. And the last one is mango and pink lemonade. So I'm going to start with this Venom one because I don't know the profile on that one. So we'll crack that up. It's 500 ml, 7.5% volume, high caffeine content, 35 milligrams per 100 milliliters. Oh shit, I ain't sleeping.
Well, that's not that much. 35 milligrams per 100 mil. How many? We got 700 mil in that can?
500
mil.
Can. It's what, 30? Oh, 35 mil, 140, 175 milligrams in this can of caffeine.
Better do your math again there, buddy. There's 35 milligrams per 100 mil, right?
Right, so that's 5 times 35, 5 3.
Oh, yeah, 5 times 35.
Yeah. Say, all right, man, Raji. It's trying to confuse me, you.
175 milligrams of caffeine. How much taurine is in there? Because, you know, taurine breaks down into caffeine, right?
It's not really stating that. It's just basically highlighting the caffeine. I'm just trying to look at the other ingredients. And it's not really stating anything else. It's just the caffeine. It's got caffeine, taurine, and guarana on the front, but it hasn't got like what percentages or whatever volume that is in.
So an average cup of coffee has 95 milligrams. So you're drinking 2 cups of coffee by consuming that tasty beverage.
Yes. So we'll see what flavor this is.
And I got myself a proper jam jar to pour my hot sex into.
It looks nice.
And I better save some of this hot sex for my wife.
Why?
And a proper fancy lid. to go on this jam jar.
Oh, to your health.
Show's over.
The Venom one to me tastes like lemonade. So I'm assuming that's what it is, a lemonade. Oh, before we go on, can I show you my next purchase on my shopping list? Can I show you it? Hang on a minute.
See it. Let's see it.
Hang on a minute. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Boom.
Ooh,
that's my next
baby.
Purchase. The new
Hammer of God
400.
400 by Vaperz Cloud. 125 pounds.
Review on it. It is actually a 400 watt mod. It can hit 400 watts. BOURBON did a review on it.
400 watts?
400 watts. And BOURBON took it to 300, and that's as far as he went on it.
There is no way you can get 400 watts out of 4 18650s.
No, they're 21700s. Apparently, it's in the chip. It's something to do with the chip technology, not so much the battery. So there you go. And that, you see that Hog 4 where that comes off, and it's like the older one that's got a board in. It's not a DNA board like the last one. It's got its own proprietary board, hence with it hitting 400 watts. That's my next purchase, boys and girls. It hasn't quite been released here yet, but that is where I am going to go next. And where that front is, there's a front panel, there's a rear panel, and you can get clear ones, like a smoke glass effect. So if you've got nice battery wraps, you can see your wraps. But yeah, the BOURBON done a review on it, so any of you guys interested, check it out. But that is what I'm tittering with next when it eventually gets released over here. Damn.
Jake Scrapwood says the DNA 250C will do 400 watts with international software.
Yeah, that's what it is. They've got their own board in, so it will do it 400 watts.
Over the past couple of years, I've gone from 6 to 10 cups of coffee a day to only 1 cup of coffee a day. Never liked energy drinks. Caffeine got me through so much. Same here.
Yeah, I'm a big coffee lover. Yeah, I'll just double check that.
This is definitely marketed for kids.
What you were saying, there were 18650s. Oh, I don't know if could be stand corrected.
The cream is the primary dominant profile on this. It's reminding me of a chocolate milk. It's got like that same, you know, the butters that they put into chocolate? It give you that mouth feel like butter. That's what this cream is like.
Yep, sorry, I'll stand corrected. It is 18650 batteries in it. I do stand corrected. Yep. How the fuck do you get 400 watts out of 4 of them? Wow.
That's what I was wondering. I just read the description on it.
Holy shit. It said something to do with the board, the chip, whatever. So unless they've got some kind of wattage conducting amplifier inside it.
Well, they might have some capacitors that build up the energy and stuff, and then it augments a up voltage chip on it.
I think that should be a challenge. That should be good. And if I get it, I want to try and do a 400 watt vape live.
You're going to have to figure out the appropriate resistance to be able to get that 400 watts.
The coil would be fucking that long.
You get that big, massive 40 millimeter Valhalla to throw in there. It's got like 5 coils, 6 coils in it or something. That I could see. That I could see if you spread that out amongst, you know.
Well, this one takes big coils. huge. Series coils. Wow. 400 watts. Fuck. William Dobson. You both.
I got a problem.
Man. Oh.
I need to make more.
Oh my God. You need to make more, my friend.
It legit tastes like a cinnamon Danish swirl muffin. Not even a cinnamon roll.
Oh.
A muffin.
A muffin.
Holy, is that fantastic.
Is it nice and all, like, yeah?
And this bartender's, this hot sex, kind of reminds me of like a mudslide. You ever drink a mudslide?
I've never had that privilege.
Yeah, kind of like a chocolate milk. Fantastic. All right, I guess it's time for some hand checks. Let's go back over, throw the music back on. We'll get that back going, and we'll take a look on the Facebook page and see if we have any other comments on here. Nope, still William Dobson, so that's what we're going to go with.
Oh,
that's all right. I got some other stuff to go in with hand checks. There we go. This is Richard Dobson's Dovepo Odin 200 with the Eclipse Dual. Awesome.
Dual. Wow.
And to get the dad joke started early, it's a shame nothing is built in the United States anymore. Just bought a TV and it said built-in antenna. I don't even know where that is. Hey, mate, remember I was talking about Permanis? You were talking about coming to visit over here?
Oh.
That's a Permani sandwich right there, buddy.
Holy shit, that looks gorgeous. What's that? You got ham? Was that bacon?
I think that might actually be prosciutto with some cheese on it, Swiss cheese, and French fries is what we call them here. You call them chips.
Yeah, chips.
Coleslaw, 2 slices of tomato on homemade Italian bread, sliced about an inch thick.
We could probably use bacon to substitute that meat or similar.
You can sub that meat out for anything you want. I've had the fish one before. Yeah. They've got a meatloaf patty one. It's called the Pittsburgher. They have capicola, pastrami.
That looks fucking nice. Oh, my stomach's just done a somersault. That looks so good.
Needs bacon.
Yeah, bacon.
And everybody's telling me I need to refresh that page. So let me go back over. Close that out. Clip on comments.
There we go.
Let me refresh the whole page again. Hey, we got 5 comments. All right.
There you go, man. That looks gorgeous, that, mate. I'm going to have to try that. So that's bacon, cheese, fries, coleslaw, that tomato. Oh. What do you mean, hold the tomato, Mallory? Come on. What about cucumber, then? Why don't we try cucumber? Or is that even worse?
Oh, they give you a big kosher pickle to eat with that if you want it. All right, we've got Bix and Billy Lee Rice. We'll save hers. Who'd we get? Just pop in. Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to the stream. A Bastard, hello and welcome. And the Vaping Snowman, hello and welcome. And we had Steve Lane in here earlier as well.
There you are. Michael Redfern has said, lunchtime with Hunky and Heed.
All right. So let's go over to the folder. And there we have Vaping Bix set up. Look at that.
Oh,
that is the K-Pro Exxon by GD Mods with a Typhon GT4.
Wow.
And he's got himself a Hog 400 with the Valkyrie XL on top.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice.
And then there's Richard Dobson's. And there's Billy Lee Rice rocking her Steam Crave.
Holy. Nice setup. Very nice set.
I love it.
Look at the lovely little boxes they've got in the background. Look at this, how organised that one is. RT is, coils, drip tips, cotton. I've got nothing like that.
It's just laying all over the place, isn't it?
It's just everywhere. I've got a hunt for stuff.
Listen, folks, I finally got around to opening the Osiris. And let me tell you, that is $60 of pure flavor-chasing pleasure right there. I was saying that this is the BMW of vaping. Over-engineered to the max, but well worth it for flavor. I get creams and custards out of this unlike anything else I've ever vaped. And then the other review I started finally is Mike Vapes. I've got the Blaze and the Blaze Solo right here. And the Blaze Solo is the best single coil RTA I have ever used my entire life. It is that fantastic.
Good, like. I've got a retro vape. I've got a retro vape going. Can you remember who done that?
Bulk. The Bulk. Vaping Fagan.
I've just
I love the Bulk.
Box today, and it is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely love it. I forgot I had this. I was because I've been like, to cut a long story short, we had a big tall larder cupboard, right? And what they've done, they put these long plastic legs on it. So obviously the legs couldn't take the weight. The legs gave way, and the fucking thing nearly fell on my head. So basically, I bought some nice solid metal legs for it. So I emptied it all out, and on the top shelf is all my vape gear stored in there. And when I was pulling it out, I found this, and I went, "Ooh, I'm going to have to rig this up." And my God, I forgot how good this is.
I've got two of them because I love it that much.
They're really good. I forgot how good they were.
It's bottom airflow, and everything else is identical to the Arbiter.
Yeah, but there's three. It's got 3 air hole ports. That's the beauty of it. Beautiful. But
yeah, so it doesn't get whistly at all.
Yeah, it's not even like get airy. It's not like you're breathing through it. It's still got a nice bit of restriction on it. Fantastic. Why?
Yeah, with the Blaze, I have to cut mine down almost halfway, between a third and halfway closed, to get the fully saturated vape, but it surpasses even the Arbiter.
Wow.
So here you go. Here's the first image leak of Volkswagen self-driving car. You remember Herbie?
Herbie rides again. All the Herbie films. Why I grew up on them, man. Love them.
Oh yeah. Coffee maker, not hot, but definitely has a great personality.
Yeah, sneaky.
How bad do things have to be for both of these to be in town at the same time? You almost spit out your drink.
That's one spooky town. Plus,
Shaggy Wagon and Ghostbusters all at the same time. Hey man, we don't want to attract kids, so we can't be watching this kind of stuff because adults don't like Ghostbusters or Scooby-Doo.
No, of course we don't.
Did you take Scooby-Doo vitamins when you were growing up as a kid? Or Fred Flintstone vitamins?
Scooby snacks.
Scooby snacks.
Oh,
I thought this was interesting.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it looks like. That beautiful pink outer layer where you smoke the meat and then the inside is fully cooked through.
Yeah, I like it cooked. I hate it when it's pink all the way through. It's disgusting.
Yeah. My daughter eats it like that. As long as it's not moving on the plate, she's happy with it.
Oh, God, it still is moving for some people.
Hey, this is how you keep the neighbor kids out of your yard this winter, if you actually end up with any snow.
Yeah. Holy moly.
I thought of you when I saw this one. My wife says to you, "You're drunk." "I'm only half drunk, love. I ran out of money."
Yeah.
1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, 4. I drank the whole pot and I still want more.
Too right, man. That's me in the morning. Coffee.
That's me with coffee. I don't think I'd ever be able to get. Was it Billy Lee Rice was saying that she gave up her coffee to 1 cup a day?
No.
We didn't ask her how big her cup is, though.
That's the
She might have pulled that little shenanigan. Got a big cup like this.
Yeah. Pint glass.
One that you can use for chili, which is what we're having for dinner. I started it. Actually, the wife cooked the meat last night, and I put it all together first thing this morning. Chopped up a nice big Valdelia onion, a couple peppers, and threw the beans in there. After the show, I'm going to add the seasoning to season it just right.
I love chili. I love chili.
10 hours in the slow cooker.
Oh, that's heaven.
And it's still better the second day.
Oh, of course they are. Always do. Oh, I like to make it the day before and leave it overnight.
This is what my wife would do. If I was the one going to work every day and coming home at the end of the day. A German Shepherd followed Cameron home, and she wants to keep him.
Yeah, I get that one.
Hey, man, what are you using for bait? Beer.
Beer. Yes, I like. Yes.
Something from Jeff's Auto Repair. What if UFOs are just billionaires from other planets?
That could be something right now.
Can I ask you a question?
So true.
You just did. Haha. Okay, can I ask you 2? You already did. Okay, can I ask you 4 questions? You just did. When? Right now.
Right now.
Nobody goes to their grave wishing that they had spent more time at work. Except firefighters. But those guys just ain't right.
No.
That's the truth. That's a fact, Jack. Here's something else that's true. Even Cookie Monster is sick of accepting cookies.
Fucking hell.
Holy fuck, is it getting ridiculous out there? Every stupid website you go to now has to comply with privacy requirements, which means you have to accept the terms or you can't visit the website.
Yeah. Getting nuts, man, isn't it?
Here's a little tidbit of fact for you. The more you know. A man in England put a plant in a bottle in 1960. And the last time he watered it was in 1972. And continues to thrive because the sealed bottle is actually a miniature ecosystem that recycles its own water and nutrients.
Yeah. I've heard of that. Yeah.
In 1959, a coffee maker was an option in Volkswagen cars. The old percolator.
You would have definitely bought that one.
I would have paid for that option.
Yeah, not for the car. You would just bought it for the coffee maker. Fuck the car.
Sure would.
The coffee.
How about Chucky and Bride of Chucky?
Oh, come on. Fuck it.
What? You're a millwright. You appreciate this kind of humor.
I do, but that's fucking...
Listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a things aren't adding up, and it's pretty fucking obvious theorist. And for hand checks, here's a hand check that I downloaded from Reddit, and I have yet to have anybody tell me what it is. I love this mod and tank setup. I would give my left nut for it.
That's stab wood, isn't it? Obviously.
That is fucking gorgeous. The stainless, the stab wood, that blue resin in there, the blue buttons, it's all so matchy-matchy.
I'm just wondering if it might have been a custom-made one. No, somebody's just made it, put a board in.
Put a DNA board in it.
Yeah.
It's got the 3 buttons on it.
Nice. Yeah, that is absolutely gorgeous.
That is the most gorgeous mod and tank I have ever seen my entire life.
Beautiful. That's beautiful.
And since we're doing dad jokes, I guess it's time to open up the dad jokes folder. Because that was all in the hand check folder. I knew we'd eventually run out of people posting their stuff on there.
Wow.
Okay, here we go.
Jesus.
Here's the attack on our free speech put into a cartoon.
Oh, yes.
Google, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Yahoo, all of them are pretty much putting restrictions on everything that they have on there. They're giving us AI so that they can tailor the response to satisfy our desire to learn shit, regardless of how false the information is.
Oh, hello. We have Vinny CSX in. Is that on Twitter? Asking a couple of questions. He's asking, how old are we?
There we go. On Twitch. My apologies for not seeing you earlier. Are we vaping THC? No, unfortunately we're not. It's illegal where we're at. Sorry, folks.
Yeah. I'm 56, if you want to know my age.
I was born 1971. Back when this picture was taken. And no, that's not me changing the channel. But it is a rare picture of a remote control back in the 70s.
Oh, we were remote controls. Oh, you get on, put the change the channel.
Hey, I want to watch Channel 4.
Or you had to hold the aerial. Right, stay there.
Yeah, move that antenna. Slide that aluminum foil back to the end.
Don't move. You're holding an area like that. Don't move. You're fucking joking on you.
How am I gonna watch a football game if I'm sitting here behind the TV with the aerial? It's life. You don't figure it out. You just climb on the beast and go for a ride.
Oh yes. That's all it is, my friend.
I thought this was pretty cool. Frying Nemo.
Oh,
fish and chips. Battery's dead. Hey, man, some things are better left unsaid, but you know me. I'm going to say it anyways.
That's so true.
You only live once.
Holy shit.
That's why when I was running on the ambulance, anytime we went to a restaurant to eat our meals, always ate dessert first. Life's too uncertain. You never know what kind of shit you're going to get yourself into. Always ate dessert first. Coffee is the silent victim in our house. It gets mugged every day.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus.
My mind right now is like a browser. I got 30 tabs open, 5 of them are frozen, and I have no idea where the music is coming from.
That's like me every day, that, matey.
As a child, these were my role models. From them, I learned about compassion, cooperation, determination, duty, friendship, honor, logic, love, loyalty, and self-reliance.
I used to love Captain. I used to love Spock. Oh no, I still kind of do to this day. Oh, the
live long and prosper.
There you go. There you go. I managed to do it. There you go. Live long.
It helps when you're double jointed.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's gross. Oh, you dirty git. Oh, that's rank. That is rank. God, I thought that was broken. Oh, Jesus.
Listen, he wanted to know how old we are. This is how old I am.
McDonald's ashtray. Jesus.
And perspective matters. There's always two sides to every freaking story.
Holy moly. That's one large sausage.
Paired up with a beer. And the best part is, you know, that's alcohol advertising.
Oh, yes.
The sausage was just a victim of circumstance.
Oh, my sausage is always a victim of circumstance.
Listen, we're all bitching about how bad the economy is, right? I think it's a pretty good deal. Whole boneless chicken, 50 cents each.
That's cool. That's a good deal. I'll go for that.
60 Watt Guy, hello and welcome.
Hi, 60 Watt Guy. How you doing, my friend?
Humans invented the atomic bomb, but no mouse in the world would ever construct a mousetrap. Rough road ahead. Remove dentures and tighten bra straps.
See, I would have went the other way around. Put your dentures in.
And I know how you love machinery and cars. When the car you used to draw in kindergarten pulls up beside you.
It fucking really is. Jesus Christ.
Hey, man, Capitol staffers have been cleaning out Nancy Pelosi's office. What do you think of what they found?
Oh, holy fuck.
And I meant to do this on the week that Hippie was here. These are pecans. These are pecans.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no.
And I showed you the one from the UK. Well, here's my state. Pennsylvania welcomes you.
Yeah.
Road work until next state. I couldn't even pronounce it. It bothers me that bad.
So how far's the next state, for fuck's sake?
Only about a 12-hour drive without construction. If you're going east to west or west to east. It'll also cost you about $120 in tolls.
Holy moly.
On the turnpike that has been sold to a private corporation and is not actually run by the state anymore.
Damn.
Listen, from the Pittsburgh entrance on the turnpike to the Ohio border is 48 miles. And depending on which way you go, outbound or inbound will cost you anywhere from $15 to $25. Okay?
Just near the road.
From the Ohio border to Cleveland, where we get off our exit, is 100 miles and will cost you $5.25. One state is running the Turnpike Administration, Ohio, and the other state is a private for-profit corporation, Pennsylvania. But people are too worried about their Twitter feeds and their TikTok to realize that their politicians are handing over public entities and trusts over to private corporations for profit.
Well, that's normal over here. Privatization. They're doing it with the railways and fuck knows what. It's just come back to bite me the arse.
Only bites you in the ass. The politicians are happy. They made their billions.
Oh, God.
And I know gas prices are too high, so Toyota is now developing a brand new Corolla for you to be able to hoof your way to work every day.
Fuck off.
Side benefit of owning the Corolla is you get all the fresh milk you want.
And plenty of manure for your garden.
Exactly. You can grow your own vegetables, not have to pay for that either.
Recycling at its finest.
And since this is a vape channel and we keep talking about nicotine, well, it's that time of year again for us to bring up the addicted pumpkin spice ladies that are now wearing the pumpkin patch for their pumpkin spice addiction.
Wow.
Of course.
Oh,
And I got to appease my mate over in the UK. Here's some boobies for you.
Jesus.
When I was a kid, I downloaded songs on this from the radio.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Until I wore it out and had to get a new tape.
I remember them days.
Look, man, we finally achieved world peas.
Christ.
And there are some bad ideas out there, okay? You want to talk about, the vape marketing for Juul, how bad it was? How about a buy one, get one sale on an eye patch? That a dumb idea?
Wait, unless you go to bed, you can put two on, I suppose.
Yeah. Here you go. Free beer, topless bartenders, and false advertising.
That sums that one up, doesn't it?
Not quite sure about this picture. Is it a copycat or a CAT scan?
Oh, God.
Well, dang, there goes my weekend plans. Do not feed or molest the alligators.
Molest?
Report all violations to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Possible reward.
How would you actually molest an alligator? How would you do that? How would you molest an alligator?
I think that goes against YouTube's community guidelines. So instead of talking about that, how about I just show you the highlight of my day?
Oh, fuck it. Really? Really?
Mallory Gates says, give me tacos or show me boobies. So Ian Thomas happily obliged.
Both.
There you go. And you know how I love to mix music with our humor, right?
Okay.
I see a little silhouette of a cat. Catch a mouse, can I use a litter box now? Thunderstorms and vacuums, very, very frightening. Listen, it wasn't that I'm truly a bad singer, it's I didn't want to get a copyright strike for being exactly like the song.
Jesus Christ almighty.
You know what? You can tune a guitar, but you can't tune a fish. Unless, of course, you play bass.
Oh, fuck. Get to fuck.
There you go. Name the 3 artists for the 3 songs. There's Don't Stop Believin', Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow, and Don't Stop Me Now.
Right, Journey, Queen. Thinking about tomorrow. One's got us. Journey and Queen.
Fleetwood Mac.
The one on Fleetwood Mac, that's it, man.
So, for your reward, I show you the Ferris wheel.
That narrows it down.
More reality for you guys. This is an actual picture from a local Walmart. Rollback.
No way.
It was $2.25. Now only went up to $2.98.
Holy shit. That's an actual thing.
Yeah, sure is. This is what I think of your so-called authority.
Whatever do you mean?
War may sometimes be a necessary evil, but no matter how necessary, it is always an evil, never a good. We will not learn how to live together in peace by killing each other's children.
Pretty well we learn what lessons from it then, isn't it?
If we make guns illegal, then nobody will get shot anymore. That's how we got everybody to stop doing drugs.
Hell yeah.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but the United States is a corporate dictatorship, not a constitutional republic or democracy. And the false left-right paradigm won't change that at all. So I'm jealous of you guys in the UK having more than one political party to choose from.
Yeah, well, you see it one, but it's only two that's the front runners, isn't it?
Yeah, but at least you got a third one to help, offset the craziness.
Well, the thing, obviously what
here, it's just straight up bribery.
Yeah, the thing, the Tories might lose it unless they get a hung parliament, and then they've got to deal with another party, but nobody wants to deal with them. But that's another thing.
Yeah, but for certain things, they'll work together on as long as they agree on it. And the shit that they don't agree on, well, guess what? It's not going to move forward.
Exactly.
$223 million per day since February of 22. Let that sink in and think of what they could have done to better our country had they spent the money here.
Fucking right, man.
And listen, as blunt as I may seem, I really only say about half of what I'm thinking. Like, what the fuck do you say about this?
I was trying to find something that I've seen before and I can't find
Kenny,
it.
do you want a bowl of this?
Oh, well, yes, of course. I'll do that. Definitely. Yeah.
Holy kick.
Try it, eh?
Taste the Caribbean.
Try it.
A fresh bowl of Jamaican cock soup.
I'll have some of that.
What do you mean I'm too controlling? You heard me.
Fuck off. You get to feck with that.
Listen, back in my day, we didn't have cup holders in our cars. We had to hold our beer between our legs and drive.
Between your knees.
The older I get, the more I regret all the people I've lost over the years. Maybe being a trail guide wasn't a great idea after all.
What was that film called, man?
They tell you these are bad, so they can sell you these instead.
Yep, definitely.
King Elder's Pub and Restaurant says, please keep the booze away from the pumpkins. They'll get smashed.
Fuck off.
This is a story of my life, mate. I'll fix it later.
Oh, hell yeah. Fucking hell, ball grips on it.
Listen, my kids really just woke me up out of a dead sleep to tell me the milk's gone bad.
Oh, Jesus. Fuck off.
Fucking brats. Pretty insane that 90% of the foods in grocery stores didn't even exist 100 years ago. And neither did 90% of the diseases.
Too right now, let me.
Did you eat breakfast?
Oh.
How many times did we do that when we were smoking?
I never stuck a fork in it, like.
No, but we got up in the morning, maybe we'd grab a cup of coffee and out the door we'd go with our fag in our mouth.
Yeah. So, see, I couldn't do that. So, like, some people used to wake up and have a cigarette straight away. I couldn't do that. You know, like, you've got your shit dry mouth off being asleep all night. I had to have a cup of coffee, then a cigarette. I couldn't just bump cigarette. It was horrible.
I did. And listen, going into my garage,
Really?
this really sunk in. After 37 years of saving, I finally found the bolt that I can use to fix my truck. Too bad I need 3 of them.
My garage is exactly like I hoard parts. I've got a front bumper in my garage, of a car I owned 4 years ago. That front bumper is still sitting there. I don't need it. I'm never ever going to need it. But that front bumper is still sitting in my garage.
I know the feeling, mate. Up in my garage in the loft, I've got a entire passenger side rocker panel for a Ford Windstar van that we no longer own. And I also have in the backyard, in one of those little Insta sheds you buy at Harbor Freight, Insta garages that you zip up, I've got a actual crashed up Windstar that I had for spare parts.
Wow. I've got brake calipers off cars I've had 10 years ago, still sitting in my garage. What the fuck? I need to have a clear out. I'm one of them guys.
Same here.
You hoard stuff and you think, that'll come in handy one day, and then it just mounts and mounts and mounts, doesn't it? You're like, what
exactly.
the fuck?
And listen, this is what it would look like if you took and converted the United States into Australia. You have Western America, Northern Territory, Southern America, Kingsland, New South Cornwall, and Elizabeth. Interesting kind of how some of these things you can find in Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah. Red Dead
Wonder what they're
Redemption.
trying to say.
Well, Lass loves that game.
And speaking of tools, we were talking about the garage, right? Here are the expectations for certain tools. Please come loose. I hope it comes loose. I wasn't asking, motherfucker. And then there's, you should have listened. And then there's, well, it can't be tight if it's liquid.
Yeah. Definitely been down that road. Definitely. Holy shit, have I not.
And the more you know, once again, a little bit of fact information for you. 3 tablespoons of ketchup has more sugar than a glazed donut. Doesn't have more calories, but it has more sugar.
More sugar. Yeah, it is.
Than an entire glazed donut.
Holy moly, that's scary, isn't it?
And today, in 1987, your school served you this for lunch, and you were excited as hell about it. I love pizza day at school.
We never had that.
No. Oh, man, that was the best thing ever.
I think we had, like, you know, the good old school dessert, you know, like the cake and custard and stuff like that. It was out of this world, man. Loved it.
Oh, yeah. That's what you see as the most common recipe on Facebook nowadays. Or old lady, school lunch lady recipes for the brownies we used to have, the no-bake oatmeal cookies. Oh, man.
We used to have this sponge cake, right? It was basically like a sponge cake in a square. It had like this white icing on, and they used to always put desiccated coconut on the top, and you always got it with a bowl of custard. It was fucking out of this world.
Ha, you can't touch me. I'm in the living room. Darn, you got me there.
Oh, God. The living room, yeah.
Here's what's wrong with our society today.
Yes, that's definitely right.
$1 for a fucking cheeseburger versus $12 for a healthy salad.
For a fucking salad, wow.
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
God, alright.
And I'm telling you, here's the ashtray again. Back from the 80s.
Yeah, McDonald's.
This was McDonald's. That wraps up our dad jokes.
Wow. I've got something to show you, right?
Okay.
It's a movie clip, right? So I'm hoping you can hear it, but I'm just wondering, right? In the part of the world you live in, how relevant it is today, right?
All right.
It's from the movie. I think it's called Newsreel or something. But if you bear with us, you may have seen the movie. I don't know, but I don't know if you can hear it. Can you hear it? Hang on.
Negative.
How can you hear it? Can you hear it now?
No.
Yeah. No.
Nope.
Oh shit. Oh well, that's
drop the link in. I'll put it on.
Righto.
Why is America a great movie?
You just it was just a thing. I'll put it in the Ninja. Why am I not getting no fucking sound through that? I thought I sorted that. But there you go. But I thought
the most honest 3 minutes in television history. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it makes you think. Right, I'll get my screen share off.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. All right, let's go take a look at it.
It makes you think, though. It makes you wonder. If you just listen, well, bar the others, if you just listen to it, it's just like, wow. Oh, that's gonna fucking put it out, like, isn't it?
Say why America is the greatest country in the world.
Diversity and opportunity.
Lewis? Freedom and freedom. So let's keep it that way.
I can't remember what movie it's from, but
bullshit.
it made me think when I seen
Why
it.
is America
Not the greatest country in the world, Professor. That's my answer.
You're saying
Yes. Let's talk about Sharon. The NEA is a loser. Yeah, it accounts for a penny out of our paycheck, but he gets to hit you with it anytime he wants. It doesn't cost money. It costs votes. It costs airtime and column inches. You know why people don't like liberals? Because they lose. If liberals are so fucking smart, how come they lose so goddamn always?
Hey.
And with a straight face, you're gonna tell students that America is so star-spangled awesome that we're the only ones in the world who have freedom? Canada has freedom. Japan has freedom. The UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Australia, Belgium has freedom. So 207 sovereign states in the world, like 180 of them have freedom.
All right.
And yet you, sorority girl, just in case you accidentally wander into a voting booth one day, there's some things you should know. And one of them is, there is absolutely no evidence to support the statement that we're the greatest country in the world. We're 7th in literacy, 27th in math, 22nd in science, 49th in life expectancy, 178th in infant mortality, 3rd in median household income, number 4 in labor force, and number 4 in exports. We lead the world in only 3 categories: number of incarcerated citizens per capita, number of adults who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom are allies. Now, none of this is the fault of a 20-year-old college student, but you nonetheless are, without a doubt, a member of the worst generation ever. So when you ask what makes us the greatest country in the world, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Ain't that the fucking truth?
Can you relate to that?
I totally relate to that, brother.
I just found it just randomly popped up, but I can't remember what the movie's called. It's Newsreel or something like that. I can't remember. But I thought,
I don't know. I've never seen the movie. But brutal honesty is exactly what people need nowadays. Not people blowing sunshine up your fucking ass, telling you a bunch of horse shit that you could easily prove wrong.
But I just thought, wow. No, and I don't know what movie. I want to actually watch the movie now if I can find out what it is, if anybody knows in chat. But I want to watch that movie because he was shit hot with that speech. Like, I think it's new. Is it Newsreel or something? I can't remember.
I don't know.
But wow.
Listen, that's like California. I'm tired of fucking people telling me how wonderful California is. The motherfuckers built one university to 26 prisons in the fucking state of California in the last 10 years. And you want to tell me how wonderful California is? Why do you have to incarcerate 70% of your population in fucking jails? If it's so wonderful.
But I just looked at that and I thought, holy shit. You know what I mean? And I could kind of twig how that relates to the world we're living in now. I mean, not having to dig at America, obviously, but, you know.
You could go into any country and point out the similar speech and just use different things as examples.
Oh, God, without a doubt.
But this is not what we were promised when we were growing up as children. When we were going through elementary school and entering middle school, and our social studies teachers told us how wonderful this country is and why it's going to be so much better when we finally reach the age of maturity and look back and things as history once again. And I'm here to tell you, not to burst your bubble, but it's all a bunch of fucking lies.
Yeah, do you not think that's the problem now with the dear side? Because schools over here are the same type of thing now. They're blowing sunshine up these kids' arses. When you leave school, you can be anything you fucking want. No, you fucking can't.
No, you can't.
You're not educated. You've got fucking no chance. You know what I mean? You were limited by your abilities. That's the bottom line. You were limited by your ability to do whatever. That's the bottom line.
You've got a better chance of getting hit by a drunk driver than you do accomplishing your dreams as a child in this country.
Of course it is. But the schools are blowing that shit up their asses now, and now they're coming out thinking I'm an entitled child. I should have this, I should have that. Fuck, you better work for it, mate. Work. You know what I mean? Fucking hell. Yeah. Honestly, that blew me away. That, like, I was like, wow.
Well, it's like this bullshit that I hear about AI is going to revolutionize the world and make everybody's life better. Are you a fucking moron?
No.
No more writers. We don't need authors anymore. AI is going to write all the frickin' stories. You're going to have one person in charge of editing it and uploading it. And then you wonder why we get the same bullshit scaremongering stories broadcast around the fucking world in less than 24 hours. And half of it's bullshit.
What have I said to you, right? What have I said to you? I said to you months ago, right? Fucking Terminator, Skylab. Fucking mark my words, mate. AI. Telling you.
Yeah. AI is supposed to revolutionize the world and make everything so much better. Whatever happened to the old-fashioned competitive advantage for businesses when you had something that other businesses couldn't get? Well, if you have AI and they have AI and they're both running the same helpful suggestions for corporations, what's going to differentiate you from all your competitors?
But like I say, it's gonna implode on naturally talented people. Natural talented performers who can write songs, natural talented people who can write books, natural talented people who can do this, do that. What's going to happen to these guys? I think Hollywood, the one striking all that, we're seeing like the AI in the Hollywood movies, you know, they don't need fucking people to write scripts for fuck's sake anymore, you know what I mean? Like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, because most of the scripts that they're writing nowadays are just reruns of what we grew up with when we were, you know, entering into the thing of, oh, let me go see this movie.
Exactly.
Here comes Top Gun 56.
All they're doing, you see what they're doing with the Disney movies, they're taking it from a cartoon and making it into a human version. That's it.
It's the exact same plot. And let me guess. I'd be willing to bet that, you know, 10 years from now when they remake the Titanic, it's going to sink.
No shit. Oh, I thought it was going to fucking continue its journey. I thought it was going to just fuck the iceberg off and carry on.
Yeah. Holy cow. Enter the fourth dimension.
Yeah. Captain John Smith. It's just a scratch we can manage.
Yep. Full steam ahead.
Yeah. Look at, we'll be in New York in an hour. How many gallons of water we're taking? Yeah, we'll hit New York by the time the ship's full. We'll sink in the harbour.
Doom and gloom, mate. Doom and gloom.
Oh, honestly, God, there's no creativity anymore, is there? Now, like you see with movies and shit, there's nothing, is there? Nothing original.
Best piece of advice I can give to kids nowadays: don't be a typical eraser head marching around the world talking about what other people are talking about. Be a fucking creator. Create something new for people to enjoy.
If you've got a talent, use it. Simple as that. Whatever it may be. Use it.
And if you're bored, pick up a fucking guitar and learn how to play it.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
You would be surprised at the creativity you have locked up inside you never even knew existed.
Yeah. We need more of that in this world. we're too reliant on technology and social media, man. Fuck it off and crack on, man. Do something different. Got to,
listen, I don't have a problem with technology advancing and taking over, you know, the basic simple functions of life. But then we need to be realistic and understand that, guess what? We don't need truck drivers anymore because Tesla's trucks are eventually going to, you know, transport everything from this place to that place, and we don't need people to drive trucks. So we need something for these people to do with their lives.
Well, this is it. Technology is going too fast. It needs to slow down. That's the problem. It's you know, you look, what, 1970s, 1980s when mobile phones were kicking about. Look how far they've jumped now. They're a fucking computer in your hand. You can do anything on them. In the space.
They're more than just a computer, mate. The new phones that are coming out are better than the cameras that we can buy to do our live streaming.
Yeah, it's crazy.
If it was meant for use for continuous video consumption and had the heat dissipation of these cameras, we'd have a picture twice the quality we do now. We'd be broadcasting in 8K.
I mean, you think about it, right? When you're talking about like of the early days of inventions, what, the Industrial Revolution, what was that? The 1700s, 1800s, or was it early 1900s? In the space of what, 200 to 300 years, the technology is just fucking, it's hit overdrive.
Imagine when AI becomes a developmental process for companies. You think tech's moving fast now? If you were to remove money out of the picture, and you know the fact that businesses are forced to recoup the cost of their development before releasing the next version of an improvement.
Yeah.
Imagine how fast technology could be marching along. If money wasn't holding us back.
It's frightening.
But the problem is they don't want to actually solve problems like world hunger and disease and death in this country.
No. Yep,
the rich people want to keep their money, and they want to keep the poor people fighting against each other to stay where they're at.
Well, that's a true argument, because we've always said with the Conservative government here in the UK, they keep the rich rich, they keep the average working man where he is. He's got no chance of moving up. They keep him where he is, and they keep the poor down. And that's probably the same across the fucking world with most governments.
Oh yeah.
There's only, when you think about it, in the UK, there's only 4%, right? 4% of the population who are the big super rich entrepreneurs. 4%, and yet they keep them rich. 4%.
And they control 90% of the wealth of the country.
Yes, exactly.
And on a global scale, it's only 7% of the wealth is distributed across 99% of the population.
That's for such a small percentage, you know, doing what they're doing. That's scary. Fucking scary.
And you wonder why you got idiots like Bloomberg demanding that they don't care about the scientific fact that, you know, vaping helps people quit smoking. They want it eliminated. They want it gone.
Fuck off, Ian. Ian Thomas, did you not know that Terminator was a documentary? You're probably right, mate. You're probably right, mate. You're so probably right, mate. I love it.
Yeah, Dusty Country Roads. Like, I hope you guys are all ready. It's going to get hairy in the future.
Oh, fucking what?
Yeah, man, if I had your land, I would be happy to fucking, you know, have my crops and gardens and be completely self-reliant.
Do you not think that's where some people are going? They would just prefer the simple fucking life, you know, just live off the fucking
I would.
All this bullshit.
Give me a fucking lake with a cabin on the side. I'll give up all this technology to go live there.
Fucking right, mate. I think that's why we're less stressed now when we were kids. Like I say, we never had internet, we never had mobile phones. You know, you had to change yourself, and you had we had a ball as kids. We had fucking fantastic times as kids. None of this fucking shite. know what I mean? We were out all day, morning, noon, and night. You know what I mean? When the street
That's not
lamps
what gets
come
me.
on,
What
that
gets
was
me
time to
about
go home.
social media is how, with all the filters they have on everything nowadays, and TikTok and Instagram and all this other stuff,
Fuck off.
these kids have an unrealistic expectation of what the fuck they're supposed to look like.
Yes, I totally agree.
You have to wait till next year when my
pressure.
daughter's of age, and I'll show you the fucking pictures that she had for her homecoming dance, how she had to look to go to homecoming.
Yeah, the pressure they're under now to be.
I looked at her and I'm like, what are you trying to be, a supermodel?
Yeah.
It's 40 degrees outside. It's about to freeze next week, and this is what you're wearing?
It's crazy, isn't it? Fucking crazy.
I mean, these are the things that are running through my brain. I'm smart enough not to talk to her like this, but telling you guys the truth, it's like, I'm sorry, but this is not the world.
This is how times have changed. Like, you know, in the early days, they used to follow the trends of celebrities. You know, celebrities used to set the fashion trends. Celebrities used to say all this stuff. Now, the celebrities got fucking nothing. It's all social media. How you should look.
No, it's all on how the filters make you look. And if the filters can't fix you, you're broken permanently.
Fuck off, man. You don't need that bullshit. Honestly, it annoys me. Social media, for all that is good in some ways, it is a fucking massive evil in other ways. It's really massive.
Yep.
And that's, to me, that's the downfall of our society, is social media, without a doubt.
Yeah, now the World Health Organization is partnering with Google to control what you get access to information-wise and what is actually true and which is false.
Well, we've gone with the WHO, it'll probably be 99% false anyway. For the bullshit they come out with. It's all a lie. All a fucking lie.
It's all part of the same corporate plutocracy.
I think it's like that. Like I say, I've been watching a bit of that Russell Brand. You know, like I say, he's kind of, it's not conspiracy, but he's in the truth. You know what I mean? You just say that every company or every government or they've got an agenda, and that agenda is what they will fucking thrust down you all the time. I mean, that's why I sent him that link on that. I can't remember what topic he done, but that's the kind of thing he does. Obviously, they attacked him, saying that he's, you know, women after 20 years lying dormant have suddenly just, you know, turned out and said he raped them, and instead of going to the police, they went to a television company and a fucking newspaper.
I think he hit on a nerve of somebody that was about to lose a lot of fucking money, so they sunk their little fucking attack dogs on him to make him look bad. He pissed off the wrong person.
He's pissed off the BBC. He's pissed off big American corporations. He's pissed everybody off because he's one of these people that, you know, dig into the truth type of thing. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not a big fan of him, you know, but it was common knowledge when he was famous in his day, because he's a stand-up comedian by trade. That's his bread and butter. He was a stand-up comedian. In his day, he was a druggie. He was hypo. You know, he screwed anything that breathed, basically. You know what I mean? You know, that was his thing, and he's openly admitted that. He said, "Look, I was fucked up then," and blah blah blah. And then all of a sudden, somebody 20 years ago comes out, "Oh, he raped me." Oh, but I'm not going to the police. I'll go to a newspaper and a fucking television channel. Fuck off.
It's all about getting the movie rights for the next docuseries for Netflix.
Everybody knew what he was, so everybody knew what they were getting into with him. Simple as that.
Trump's the same way.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Trump until you actually dig into who he is and how he got to where he is and how many people he screwed over along the way. How many times he declared bankruptcy and left millions of fucking people to, you know, deal with the loss while he just got richer.
But that's what these type of people do. I mean, we've got like a guy, an entrepreneur in England called Alan Sugar. And, you know, according to the media, he's the best thing since sliced bread. But he's had some shady shit going on in the past. But nothing gets mentioned with that, you see. all these entrepreneurs and self-made millionaires have got a shady fucking past because that's how they fucking got there in the first place. You know what
Exactly.
I mean? So, you know, they're going to have skeletons in the cupboards, all of them are.
Yep. And that's exactly why I think Kennedy's going to end up just like his dad did.
Yeah.
Because if he gets into office, he's tearing apart all this stuff that is keeping us on the same track, regardless of whether you vote blue or red. Doesn't really matter. They both have their own agenda.
Do you think he's kind of it's good to see that there's an alternative to your usual America, your Democrats and your fucking blah blah blahs, with this guy popping up. But do you think he's got any kind of chance, or do you think these will just shoot him down?
There's too many sheep in this country that just follow the bullshit they see on the news. They say they don't believe the news, but they still in the back of their mind go, well, it might be true.
I think that's the kind of problem with Trump, isn't it? Everybody kind of follows him, but they're like, you know what I mean?
They admire the exploits that they've heard about. That's what it boils down to. For the average person out there, they admire how he got to where he is, and they envy him being able to do that, and they can't.
Do you think he'll get in again as president?
Listen, I didn't think he was going to get in the first time when he talked about how, you know, he could finger anybody and get away with it. I thought that was going to be his downfall and he was going to be done. The problem was there was too many people that admired that trait about him.
I think, in a sense, he speaks his mind, but it doesn't work with, like, it doesn't kind of work over in your part of the world if you do that kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck?
It only works to a certain degree.
Yeah, yeah.
What worried me about him is he studied Hitler when he was growing up.
God.
His speeches and ex-wives have come out and talked about this and actually have, you know, included it in books about him. But
yeah, but at the end of the day, he's a businessman. He's not a politician. That's the argument I've got. He's a businessman. He's not a politician.
You can't be a businessman without being a politician.
Do you really think so?
As a businessman, you need to tell everybody what they want to fucking hear so they keep sending you the cash to buy your shit. Right. Even if you know there's no fucking way in hell you're going to be able to meet the supply chain requirements to do the business that you say you can do, you're going to lie through your teeth until you get caught. And some people are better at never getting caught.
Yeah.
The old adage of bullshit it until you can make it.
But at the end of the day, though, I mean, I don't mean to disrespect the American politics, but your American president is basically a puppet. He's the front man. It's all the people behind him that make the decisions, isn't it? Yeah, fucking.
The only thing that the American president actually controls are government employees. Back when we were growing up as kids, the president laid out the agenda for his party, and the party worked to try and accomplish that agenda. That's not the way it works nowadays. Like you said, he's just a front man. He's the one that everybody throws, you know, the rocks and stones at, makes fun of. Meanwhile, the corporate interests are being taken care of at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. And the rest of the time when you're watching C-SPAN, the camera's only on the person speaking, not on an empty room that he's fucking speaking to.
Yeah.
And people are so fucking stupid to go, oh man, government works for us. Bullshit. Government works for the people that keep them in office.
It's a weird. I mean, I'm not the expert on American politics, you know, because to me it's confusing. You've got senators, fucking House of this and House of that, and I'm like, fucking hell. You know what I mean?
It's actually really simple. You've got 3 branches of the government, okay? You've got the executive branch, and the executive branch controls the business, just like a company. So they're in charge of all government employees, and if they decide that they want to, you know, institute this new rule that says, okay, from now on, we're going to give hiring preferences to anybody who's a transvestite or, you know, LGBTQ. We're going to give preferential treatment to them, you know, back like in the 50s and 60s, how they did with the blacks. That only applies to the federal government and the government offices and government employees. It doesn't mean that you as a business need to do the same thing. That's the example that they want you to follow.
Gotcha.
But the government is split three ways power-wise. So you've got the executive branch that controls the government employees and government rules and that kind of thing. Then you've got Congress, which is made up of the Senate and the House of Representatives. The Senate is 2 senators per state. There's 50 states, so there's 100 members voting in the Senate. House of Representatives is based on population, and each representative represents an equal number of people in the country. So in order to get a law passed, you have to have the House of Representatives, the senators, and the president sign off on it.
Gotcha.
And the only way that the president can veto something is if 2/3 of the House and the Senate don't agree with what just got passed. Otherwise, it goes through. If there's more than 2/3 that agree with it, it doesn't matter what the president wants to do. Congress is going to enact the law, and that's the way it goes.
That's what I was thinking, because obviously when Trump was president, he was signing this, he was signing this off, and he was signing that off. But obviously it wasn't going through because...
That only applies to national security and government employees.
Got you. So Congress was, I mean, with a wall, you know, you're going to build a wall by fucking Mexico or whatever. Congress went, fuck you, it costs too much money, basically.
Congress said, we've already been building the fucking wall. It's been, you know, we allocate this much money to it. 10 years ago, we fucking doubled it. It didn't do a fucking thing. And 10 years after that, we doubled it again, and it still doesn't do a fucking thing. Well, maybe because life's so shitty in Mexico that everybody wants to come here because you keep blowing sunshine up everybody's ass saying how wonderful it is here. If they knew the truth, half of them wouldn't fucking come here.
Just say, fuck, I'll stop where I am. It's like I say, like, see when you were going on about that kind of thing, then you've got like what do you say, like federal law and then state laws and all. That's kind of where I get lost a bit. You know what I mean? Like,
well, first off,
federal law will cover all states, won't it? And then state law will cover that state.
Yeah, federal's the top law. And it's against the law for a state to make a law that goes against the federal law. Even though they've been doing that. Cannabis is the perfect example. States legalize it, even though it's still federally illegal.
Ah, right.
And that's where the third branch of the United States government comes in, with the judicial branch being the judges and the police force that enforce the laws made by Congress. Because, I mean, there's laws on the books, like here in Pennsylvania, it's against the law for you to have sex with a sheep. Number one, it's a stupid fucking law. Number two is, who's going to police that law? Do we have policemen standing by fucking barns to make sure that you don't molest the sheep?
I get that one, like.
So, who's going to enforce the law?
Wow. Exactly.
And it's gotten more brazen over the years. States are more likely now than when we were growing up to enact a law that actually goes against federal laws. And then it's like, okay, well, then you've got the federal police force, that's the FBI. They have to investigate the crime and then prosecute it in federal court. Yeah. And last time I checked, there's only a handful of FBI enforcers to cover 330 million Americans.
Really? Wow.
So it's like, what's a couple hundred FBI agents going to do when 20 million people decide they're going to smoke cannabis, even though the state hasn't legalized it, nor has the federal government? You'll never get it.
It's just a numbers game, isn't it? Nah.
Yeah. So when they make these stupid laws like these anti-vaping, the vape mail ban, it's a stupid law because they don't actually open and check every single package. Matter of fact, it's against the law for the postal employee to open a package unless they have probable cause and a search warrant. So if I want to ship vapes, there needs to be an investigation and a judge needs to be involved to order the federal government or a postal worker to open the package to verify that I'm actually breaking the law. And then it's up to the judicial branch and the police and the judges and the lawyers to actually sue me for breaking the law and fine me whatever the law says the fine is.
Yeah. It's a bit of a complex fucking situation, like, isn't it? Fucking hell. I mean, Here's one. I mean, I'm sorry we're drifting off like we're fucking vaping subjects now, but where do you stand on guns in America? What's are you for or against?
You want me to go get them?
It's a question I've always wanted to ask. I've always wanted to ask somebody that.
The average house in the United States has 7.5 guns.
Wow. Really? So where do you draw the line with guns? I mean,
it's the same as anything else. Use some common sense. No, you don't want a psychopath to be walking around with a gun, but you need to be realistic and say, if you ban it, the only people that are actually going to follow the law are the people that are going to be victims of gun violence.
I get that. I mean, obviously, you know, the right to bear arms, that was our fault. We done that when we colonized America. Bullshit. We'd give you that kind of thing, unfortunately. But the right to bear arms, I mean, yes, you've got the right to defend your home, you've got the right to defend yourself, all that stuff. Yeah. But to me, right, how can I put it without being a fucking twat? I'm thinking, right,
just say
if you've got the right to bear arms, right? If you've got the right to bear arms, right, why do you need an automatic weapon? Why do you need a fucking machine gun? Why do you need a fucking bazooka? Why can't you all just have a normal fucking pistol, whatever, in your home to defend your home? Why do you have to
Because
have
most of the people don't follow the fucking law.
Gotcha. There you go. That's answered my question. You don't need a fucking automatic weapon to defend your home, do you? Really? Who are you expecting to fucking attack you, you know? Like
we don't, but I got one. In case the guy coming through the door at 3 o'clock in the morning to rob me decides to bring his.
Yeah, I get that.
But I don't go walking around the streets with an AR-15 just to show it off.
That's what I mean. That's my point. You don't need you don't need some fucking kind of automatic weapon, whatever. Yes, have a weapon in your home to defend your home. I totally get that. But it doesn't have to be a fucking submachine gun. It doesn't have a rocket launcher.
You know the best way to eliminate gun violence? Have the state pass a mandatory concealed carry law. Because first off, half the people aren't going to fucking know what the laws are and aren't going to do anything different than what they normally do.
Yeah, I know
but
what you mean.
The crooks, if they think that everybody is carrying, they're going to think twice about wanting to rob the restaurant or the grocery store or the retail shop.
I kind of get what you're saying, but like I say, if everybody had just had a standard weapon, a standard pistol, I don't know, fucking whatever. For example, say a Dirty Harry, a fucking Magnum, fucking whatever, 357, right? If you all had the same gun, all 357 to defend your home, would that not be a better solution rather than having some fucking kind of AK-47 or whatever? You know what I mean? Do you need?
Let me point you to Australia, who decided that the best solution to deal with vapes is to require doctors to give you a prescription to get it. What happened? Everybody said,
fuck you.
And they went and did what they wanted to do anyway.
I mean, I know what Obama tried to do, but he fucking failed miserably. He said, fuck you, didn't it, basically?
That only gets you so far as well. I mean, you need to be realistic and, you know, yes, I do think that they do need to have more restrictions on gaining access to weapons. And there needs to be better mental health care in this country because majority of gun violence crimes are committed by people that have mental health issues.
Yeah, who shouldn't have a gun.
And the worst part about it is if you look at the science behind it, you'll see that a lot of these gun violence issues, the mental health problems were well aware by the local police departments, by friends and family, but they didn't get the help they needed because we don't have health care like you have health care.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, because, I mean, we in UK, what was here the horror stories in the UK from America, you know, like, some governments went to a school, fucking shot fucking X amount of fucking kids, teachers, whatever, and we think, you know, the fucking guns. They're crazy with guns, but you know, if the person that's owning that gun, they need to look at that person who's owning that weapon. Do they not?
Yeah,
you would think.
It's the same as vaping. You need to know what they're vaping on when they say they're getting sick. So when you have somebody goes into a school and shoots up a bunch of kids, who in their right fucking mind is going to shoot a kid?
Yeah.
Somebody who's not in their right frame of mind is the one that's going to do it.
Definitely.
No reasonable person on the planet is going to shoot a child.
I mean, don't get us wrong. I mean, the UK, we've got our own gun problems as well. You know, we've had massacres in the past. You know, the fucking Monday massacre. You know, some guy totally fucking shot people. But our laws are pretty strict on firearms. You know what I mean? We're shit hot over here. Even the police don't carry firearms. So it's like when you don't.
That was a joke when I was growing up as a kid. You know that? Because of the cartoons even used to represent that. And they would show, you know, American police who, before they got militarized like they are nowadays, they used to say that, you know, here's the American cop with his hand on his gun, looking at the robbery going, put that back. Now I'm taking you to jail for attempted robbery. And then you have a cartoon character of the UK policeman, stop! Or I'm going to say stop again.
I get that. Yeah, I do. I kind of see where you come from with that, but I mean, you know, if you the thing we've got here at the moment is big knife crime, and I think if you arm the public, you're kind of asking for trouble in a sense, because some fuckers going to kick off with it, aren't they?
Which also goes just like the vape thing. I mean, there's so many correlations you could draw between the two of them. If you ban guns, people are just going to carry knives. If you ban knives, they're going to carry hatchets or axes or scythes or... People will find a way. And the thing is, the criminals know it's banned. They don't give a fuck. They're going to get the Uzi, and they're going to make sure that there's nobody to stop them from breaking the law. Nor is there anybody that's going to catch them to punish them later on. Because it's like with the war on drugs. You ban, you know, regular cannabis that anybody can smoke, right? So what does the cannabis industry do? They concentrate it. And now you can buy a little gummy that has more THC and more cannabinoids than what people used to smoke if they were a daily cannabis smoker. In the course of an entire month, you will eat that in one gummy.
Wow. That's scary.
That's what drug laws have turned all the drugs into. And that's why people are abusing fentanyl, because heroin, cocaine, all this other stuff's been banned. So for the drug dealer, they need to make it worth their while. If they're going to get busted, they want to be rich when they get done successfully selling their products.
I'm with you. Yeah. It is like, I mean, like I say, it's like you say, if for whatever reason they pass a law that everybody could only own a 357 Magnum, would go, fuck you, I'm going to fucking get this. Yeah, that kind of fucks where you're coming from. Especially
and that's why I said the best solution for gun control is mandatory concealed carry.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to have a mental health check. You get a mental health check, and you register your weapons that you buy. It's not going to affect the criminals. They're just still going to buy the shit whatever they can. But at least you know who has the weapons. Yeah, it's up to reasonable regulations.
Yeah.
Because it's unreasonable if you make strict laws that everybody's going to follow it. And in most cases, you actually make the problem worse than if you would have done nothing at all.
I mean, I can see both sides of it. If you're sitting there like with a little pistol defending your home and some burglar comes in with an AK-47, you've got fucking no chance against one of them, have you? Simple as that, you know what I mean?
Your best hope is to take them down in addition to you getting killed.
Yeah, that's basically it. So I kind of get that. But the criminal, like you say, the criminal side, they will get whatever weapon they fucking get their hands on, won't they? End of. Black market, whatever. That's the way the world works, isn't it?
And realistically, the way technology is nowadays, you don't need to go to anybody to get a weapon. You can 3D print it yourself.
Or, I mean, I've known people who get the blank replicas and they turn them into a real replica, real weapon.
Yep.
Which is easily done, because you've got you've got access to a CNC lathe. You can machine that to a gun. You can machine it all out. Easy.
What's it going to be like in 50 years, mate, when lasers are commonplace?
Oh, fucking hell.
It's not going to be projectile using gunpowder. That's going to legit be fully electronic weapons.
Yeah.
The military is spending billions of dollars on laser technology. You know, it wasn't just back in the 80s with Ronald Reagan and his Star Wars thing where he was going to have satellites that were going to shoot down the missiles.
Yeah.
So Russia couldn't shoot their missile at the United States because the laser and the satellite would just blow it out of the sky and have it self-destruct.
That's probably happening now, mate.
It probably happened 20 years ago.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's a weird one. It's a weird old thing.
Need some common sense to be able to come up with things that are actually, reasonable and actually accomplish the goal that you set out to accomplish.
It's a strange one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a strange one. Ian Thomas, Hunky Vape, in the UK, anything you carry with intent as self-defense is illegal. There you go. That's what we're like. Anything you carry, you're done for.
Yeah. Here in the United States, you need to get a license. It looks just like a driver's license. It's a license to carry your firearm. And when you fill out the application, obviously you need to fill out a reason for wanting to carry it. Are you scared shitless because you've already been mugged before and you want it for self-defense? Yeah. Are you a collector? That you just want a collection like we collect vape stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, in the UK, we hear the negative side of it, right? We hear, in America, if you're 21 years old and you've got a driving license, you can go and buy your fucking AK-47. That's what we hear.
That's not true.
Hang on. There's got to be some kind of
You have to pass a background check. You have to make sure that you've not already committed crimes.
Yeah.
But the one thing that isn't on that background check is a mental health examination.
That's probably something
that would be a very simple change to make. That in order for you to purchase your first weapon, you need to have a mental health examination to make sure you're not a psychopath that's going to blow a bunch of people away.
I kind of get that, but but you see sometimes with some of these massacres, the being model citizens.
It's going to end up with that.
It's a hard one.
That's a mental health issue, though.
We've had gun massacres. I think the Dunblane, I think that was a massacre here. And the guy who had all the guns, when he got them, he was sound of mind and everything. Then he just went and then fucking went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's the media and they're glorifying, especially in the US when they say, somebody shot this and somebody's done that. The media just fucking.
It's all scaremongering.
Yeah, I get
and a lot of the scaremongering campaigns aren't about teaching people anything based on factual knowledge. It's about instilling as much fear to keep the control on the populace as that it already is.
So like I said, do you have a weapon at home? Do you actually have a weapon at home?
Yeah, several.
What you got?
9mm. I got a couple of those. I've got some old ones. I got some new ones. I got ones that have never even been fired. The wife does have an AR-15.
Do you ever go to a range and shoot them, or do you just sit and...
I haven't in years.
No?
Last time that, I actually fired a weapon was in the military.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing. 'Cause I suppose the good thing is that you don't have to fucking use it. That's the good thing about
that's the whole goal of purchasing one. Yeah. And for me, the first one that I actually had here, I won on as a raffle. Fire companies on a regular basis raffle off firearms.
Raffle? Jesus. That's a weird one.
It's a raffle. You win the raffle. You go to the gun dealer, and then you have to fill out the application to own a firearm, and they have to make the phone call. And, if you don't pass your background check or there's any questions about you, then you have to wait, a minimum of 48 hours or something for all the background stuff to clear.
So what are you like? Are you crack shot? Are you Clint Eastwood or what? What are you like? Huh?
I like my 9mm. It's what I got when I was in the military. That's what I learned how to fire with. And if I needed to pull that out, I would not hesitate to do what I needed to do to protect my family.
Fucking right, man.
And back when I was treasurer of the fire company, I used to carry it. I had the concealed carry permit, and I used to carry it on the days that I had to take payroll or the weekly deposit to the bank. Because when you're walking around with $10,000 and people know that every Friday you take $10,000 to the bank, you eventually become a target.
Yeah. So is there any training involved? You know, like say I moved to the States and I thought, right, okay, I want to buy a firearm. I haven't got a fucking clue about guns, but I want to buy one. Is there any kind of training or?
It's recommended, but it's not required.
Not required. Ah.
And it depends on what state you live in, because that's another situation where different states have enacted different requirements, and you can be more stringent than the federal government, but you can't be less stringent. So regardless of what state you go to buy one, you have to fill out an application, and you have to get an FBI background check to clear you of having any previous criminal history before you can purchase one.
I just thought, like, with the obvious, when you go through that, one of your requirements must be you must be competent to use that, whatever. You know what I mean?
Nope, that's the dumbest thing that they've never instituted a law about.
That's so weird. That's so weird. It's like buying a fucking, I don't know.
But you know what? You could. There's no requirement for you to go to a car dealership and buy a car.
Yeah,
you can have any alcoholic walk into a car dealership and walk out with a car and plow over a crowd of people. Nobody's stopping that from happening.
I kind of see the argument with like a firearms, a bit of a serious thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? You've got to be able to use it competently, so you don't fucking hurt yourself. You know what I mean?
Oh, there's lots of common sense laws they could pass.
Yeah.
But the problem is those laws will never get passed because all it does is piss people off.
Yeah. Which is a shame. I'd rather learn how to use something safely than to just fucking take a shot in the dark and think, fuck, no,
sure.
Shoot yourself.
In Ohio, if you're under 21, you have to take driver's education classes to get your license before the age of 21.
I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, the UK, you've got to pass a driving test, before you can fucking get in a car. So.
Oh, yeah, you still have to pass a driving test. But in Ohio, in addition to that, they want you to actually attend classes if you're younger than 21. At least that's what it was when I was growing up. So as a 16-year-old, I had driver's ed class in high school that you pass and you learn how to drive and what, the laws are and all that other stuff. And then once you got done with driver's ed, you can go take your driver's test and pass the same day because you've been educated. Here in Pennsylvania, you just need to get an adult to sign off, and a 16-year-old can get a learner's permit, and it's up to the parent to teach the kid how to drive.
Really? Wow. That's so weird. I mean, here it's 17 for you to drive, last I heard. And you can go out with a parent with L plates on and learn to drive. You can do that all. But obviously to pass your test, you've got to do proper driving lessons, by a qualified instructor. I suppose the same over same over there, isn't it?
Yeah, you go to the state office, and then you have to schedule an appointment for a driver's exam. You go in there, you have a written test you have to pass first. If you pass the written test, then they will take you on a driver's test where the state employee sits in your car. You have to drive, and he may ask you questions like, where's your four-way hazard buttons? If you had to pull over and stop, activate your four-way hazards. And then they watch you to make sure you use your turn signals, you're driving the appropriate lane, you're not swerving around, you know how to make appropriate turns, you know how to react in case of an emergency. And if you drive like a competent person that knows how to drive, then they give you your license.
That's cool.
And then after that, every 4 years, you just pay your renewal and go get a new picture when they get the new license.
You got to do that every 4 years. Christ, we don't. Once you get your license, that's it. It's done. You just got to update your photo, if anything.
Every 4 years.
I think it's every 10 years, but like passports, you do a renewal. shoot something like that.
Yeah, every 10 years for a passport.
Yeah. Wow, man. How different worlds work, eh? How different countries work. Weird, isn't it? Weird.
It is.
Scary, you know. Like, what the fuck?
And when you have a problem trying to understand how states work versus the federal government, United States, think of yourself like, think of Ireland versus where you live. Ireland does their own thing. They're part of the UK in everybody's brain, but Ireland is their own separate entity. So is Scotland. Scotland does whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't matter, you know, what UK requires to a certain extent.
I think Scotland's still under UK government because I mean the last with the SNP, the last fucking boss of them was shouting for Scottish independence because obviously we're still under the UK rule of fucking down London. You know what I mean? They were still technically under us. They can do so much, but they can't get away with everything. They're still technically under UK rule. I think it's the same with Wales as well. Wales are still under UK rule. But Wales have never shouted for independence. Scotland's are the ones that shout for independence.
To my knowledge, there's never been a United States state that has cried for independence.
No.
There was a couple times in history where they threatened it, but never really went anywhere.
No. Because they know what side the bread's fucking buttered at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You know, financial implications and shit. Hang on, independence? No, we're fucked. You know what I mean?
No, because there's so many things that the federal government takes care of that the states never have to give it a second thought.
Yeah, that Ian Thomas, the fact finder there, has done again. You know, Scotland have got their own legal system, but they're still under the UK. I do apologise because the Ninja chat hasn't updated, mate. I'm still stuck on a...
Neither has the YouTube chat window. Let me refresh that.
It just hasn't.
There you go.
The YouTube one's, my YouTube one's up to date. It's coming up champion. Yeah. Deadly Kitchen. We have got knife crime laws, but nobody takes any notice of them. Because knife crime...
Not here.
Like I say, you've got gun crime there. We've got knife crime here. That's because we're not allowed to carry guns. Simple as that. They took the next best fucking option: knives. I believe, you know, that's the next best thing, isn't it? Because they're so easily readable. You know what I mean? Knives, get them anywhere.
Sacrilege. You should use them and be familiar, so in time of need, your body knows what to do.
Yeah, man. Totally agree. Totally agree, my friend.
Oh, believe me, I know how to use a weapon, and I'm not gonna miss what I hit. Let's put it that way.
Well, this is it. This is it, man. You know what I mean? I get both sides of the story. I really do, but you know, my question is, where do you draw the line? That's my question.
I'm a person of common sense rules, so I don't think there should be any law that is overly restrictive because it never yields the results that you intend to have.
Oh, wait, it's the old prohibition theory, innit? You know what I mean? They say that, somebody just fucking go against it.
Yeah.
Whatever you do.
If you ban it for the general public, it doesn't stop the criminals from getting what they want. It just makes them pay more for it. And then when they get paid, when they have to pay more for it, then their crimes have to pay off more. And then it becomes more of a motive for them to conduct criminal activities to justify their expenses. Simple business phenomenon. When it boils down to it, it's just a matter of economics.
Exactly, my friend. But yeah, I can see both sides of the argument, and I totally agree with both sides of the argument. I've got no issue with it.
There's a lot of common sense laws that could be passed and should be passed, but aren't going to because it's just completely unpopular for both sides. It's the same thing with tobacco control. We all agree that there should be less people smoking.
Yeah.
So even though England right now is talking about a common sense, you know, prohibition was going to march on, starting, the kid born today will never be able to buy a cigarette. Yeah. It sounds good on paper. It's the least intrusive thing to start a solution.
The thing people are looking at, right? If you were 18 and you were legal age to smoke, how the
Pennsylvania
fuck is being 29-year-old to buy cigarettes gonna work? It's conflicting.
It's not going to work initially. The people that are right at the age, nobody's going to enforce that law.
I kind of see where they're going with it, because they're saying raise the age every year. So, say somebody who smokes at 29 cannot buy cigarettes unless they're 30, but yet the legal age in the UK to smoke is 18. How is that going to fucking work, man? It's just.
That's like when San Francisco banned vaping, flavored vaping. If you lived in San Francisco, you just drive to the fucking border, go to the gas station, you buy your flavored vapes there, and then use them at home.
But the thing is, they're dragging vaping into it because they're saying, right, if nobody smoked a 29-year-old, nobody needs to fucking vape a 29-year-old. That's what they're doing.
That's the puritanical view of tobacco control.
Yeah. And you're like, I can see where they're coming from, but I can't see it working. You know what I mean?
Because tobacco control can't imagine a world in which nicotine is just a regular consumer product that doesn't kill anybody.
But when you
and they do not ever want to discuss the harm potential of consumer nicotine use as a consumer product versus alcohol consumption and the damage it does.
And well, you think of it, right? In 30 years' time, I'd say it's legal to buy, pretty much legal to buy tobacco, right? Because that's probably where they're hitting the UK. So vaping's going to get hammered, right? There's no smokers, so we don't need vaping. So what would be the next nicotine intake that would be legal? How would you get that nicotine hit?
Nicotine too. Just the same way they did with cannabis. You know, they make cannabis illegal, so they come out with this Delta 9. And then when laws started passing, you know, that banned Delta 9 and made it the same as marijuana, then they come out with Delta 10 and 12 and whatever else. In the day of technology, you cannot just completely ban it because they're going to come out with something that's going to be more potent and cheaper to make than what you just banned. And the people that want to use it are going to use it.
That's kind of where I'm going, right? If smoking disappears, vaping disappears, and people still want nicotine, how are they actually going to introduce that to the body? Are they going to fucking inject the cunt? You know what I mean? It's an idea.
I don't know. You can walk in a grocery store and buy a patch if you want it. Are they going to ban them?
Well, patches.
How about the sprays, the oral sprays, or the gums?
Yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from. I don't think it'll ever go. Vaping's never going to go away, is it? Whether it's be legal or legal.
Nicotine consumption will never go away. Yeah, especially not with all the health benefits that you could have. We just talked about, Charles Gardner talked about how, what if everybody on the planet had to, from this point forward, wear a nicotine patch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Yeah. What would happen? Only health benefits.
Without a doubt. Yeah, the day it's a stimulant, isn't it? That's all it is. Nothing more, nothing less.
It's the same as a caffeine. Cup of coffee. So here's one for you from Ian Thomas.
Come on, then.
Southern Ireland is independent and part of the EU. Northern Ireland is part of the UK and subject to UK laws. Strangely, Northern Ireland still have pistols in private hands, whereas the rest of the UK that's banned.
That is so true. Yeah, that's because of the troubles in the 70s. That's how that's ended up. Yeah, that's so right. It's the only place in the UK where people are armed. That's so true. See, I told you Ian was a fucking fact finder, man. He's a fucking legend, man.
And there aren't any school shootings up in Northern Ireland that I'm aware of.
Nah. No.
So perhaps the solution is socialized health care and let people have what they want with some reasonable regulations.
Guns have never bothered me. I mean, I used to have air rifles and things in one of my younger days, but it never bothered us, you know what I mean? Never.
The one big thing here that keeps the guns so legal and prolific in this country are the hunters. Because there is a significant portion of the population here in the United States that goes hunting every single year. And it's a family tradition for them to bring home a buck during buck season.
Oh, I get that.
And archery season. And turkey.
Yeah, we've got in the UK, we've got the grouse shooting season, all that shite. And it's basically Scotland, you know, the grouse shooting season. They do go hunting deer. You know, but that's for the, shall we say, the privileged more than the public.
Right, but why is it only the privileged have access to them? What makes them better than anybody else? If anything, I think that the rich have more of a chance of committing a heinous crime because they went nuts than you and I that suffer every day of our lives to one degree or another.
It's down to land. It's probably down to land and money. I mean, the royals, the royal family, they're massive grouse hunters. You know, they go up there every year shooting grouse and all that. The royals, no problem. It's a very privileged thing to do.
But you're not allowed to have a firearm to go kill a grouse.
Nope. No way.
More hypocrisy.
It's more hypocrisy. Excuse me, but I need to go for a pee break. I am busting.
All right, time for a random recipe. All right, I am so excited because I opened up ELR while the bumper was rolling, and look, but Miyagi has posted some new recipes. And man, every single one of the recipes that I've made from him have been fantastic. So let's take a look at these ones and see if perchance I happen to have all the ingredients necessary to make it. He just posted these ones at 10 o'clock this morning. I'm missing ingredients for this one. Iced Vovo. We have Inaware biscuit, marshmallow TPA, meringue from Flavor Art, raspberry from TPA, sweet raspberry TPA, which I have, sugar cookie from Capella, sweet coconut from Flavora, sweet strawberry and vanilla custard. Ooh, that sounds good. Notes say that this is an Arnott biscuit from Australia. The iconic iced Vovo cookie. Wow, that looks delicious. Know what's going on my order list? Simple strawberries and cream. I'm missing shisha strawberry from Inawera at 1% for this one. How about this one? Once again, shisha strawberry. Simple strawberry base with a thick and creamy custard for the icing. Yum. OJ mango mix. Delicious. Strawberry malt. Of course, I'm missing ingredients for a strawberry malt. How many of you guys, I have WS23, but I don't have malted milk from TPA. How many of you guys had malted beverages when you were growing up? I know that was big in the 60s. The only thing I ever had growing up as a kid that was malted was the Whoppers malted milk balls covered in chocolate. Used to get those every Halloween as part of the Halloween candy. I really like that malted milk flavor too. And we have Miyagi's raspberry custard that I can make. So I think that is going to be our random recipe for today. Always love being able to make Miyagi's recipes. Let's grab these ingredients. Flavor Arts meringue. I need to put the ingredients away from last week. I don't believe we used raspberry from Capella last week. It's right in front of my face. If it was a snake, I would have gotten bit. I have V1 and V2 of the raspberry. TPA sweet raspberry and sweet cream. Okay. Capella's vanilla custard. We used that last week. TPA's whipped cream. Awesome. And I'm not messing around. I am going to make myself 120 mils of this. Because I have a feeling that if this turns out good, my mate in the UK is going to want some of this for Christmas.
I'm back. What was that? What are you making? What we doing?
Oh, just a raspberry custard.
Oh, bollocks. No way. My God.
And I made a statement to the audience that I have a feeling my mate in the UK is going to want some of this for Christmas if it turns out to be a really good recipe.
Well, does a bear shit in the woods?
I have a feeling it does. Apathy Miller, hello and welcome to the stream. Good to have you here, brother. This is what we're making today, Miyagi's raspberry custard.
Wow.
Let's see if I made OBS happy. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot to turn the camera on.
Today, right?
I forgot to turn the camera on this morning, so I literally just plugged it in myself.
Incidentally, just while we're sorting some, can I show you what I purchased today, right? You're not going to believe what I paid for, right? I mean, I am running low on some of me stuff for making stuff, right? Which I hands up, I apologize, right? But sometimes I've just got to go out for convenience. But today I bought, this is called Gaffer. This is Gaffer Rhubarb, and this is by a company called Yorkshire Vapes. I got that. I also got the Gaffer, it's a strawberry custard. I got that. And then this is I think the same company make this. It's, well, I can't even make that out because it's stupid writing, but it's a strawberry cheesecake, right, by whatever that is, right? And for them 3 juices, including Nick salts, I would like you to guess how much I paid for them.
£20.
Nope.
What'd you pay?
15 quid.
No way.
And that's including Nick shots.
Holy shit.
So can you kind of see why the mixing scene isn't so big in the UK? Because we can get juice for fuck all.
I went a little overboard on the meringue. It's supposed to be 1.2.
Yeah,
actually, no, it's supposed to be 1.26 grams.
Yeah, I got them and 2 Nick cells per bottle to give it 3 mg of the magic sauce for 15 quid. That was including magic sauce, shall we say.
Bloody hell. I'm going to go with V1 for raspberry.
It is so... It's so cheap to buy liquids that ready-made need, and I mean the brands I bought I've had before in the past, so I know they're good. And that rhubarb is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. That rhubarb. I've got an ear. Rhubarb.
This smells so fucking delicious. I just want to drink it. That's the problem with some of these flavors. Capella's raspberry. It smells like I got a bushel of raspberries in front of me.
Does not, you're not tempted just to vape that on its own? Does that ever work?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Throw a little super sweet in there and find the right percentage, and Boom. I did that with the orange, with Flavors Orange.
Yes, you did. That's right.
Because I love Orange Crush.
Yes, you do.
And that's exactly what it tastes like.
I'm here, buddy. I'm just changing some batteries again.
No worries.
My batteries are dying. I need to buy new batteries because they're not lasting fucking 2 minutes now.
Where's the best place to get batteries in the UK?
Fogstar is a big battery company over here. Fogstar. A lot of people, they do decent batteries, and they're the kind of major supplier, I suppose, really, in the UK.
Hey, mate, you think that this is a good flavor?
What's that?
See how much is gone?
Come on, then. Yep.
You want to talk about single flavor recipe?
There you go.
When I single flavor tested this one, it was one of those ones that was like, oh, I'd love to have a 60 mil of just that. Just a simple sweet raspberry. It works.
Holy moly.
It's not intricate by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a beautiful, sweet raspberry.
That's what you want, man.
And we've had a lot of people tell us that in the past. A lot of the commercial e-liquids that you buy in the store are just one ingredient recipes. Not one ingredient, but like one flavor recipe.
But the reason, like, I went for that, because, like I said, it's Yorkshire Vapes are a good vape company here in the UK. You know, they're spot on, and they do probably the best rhubarb I've ever tasted, and that's what this is. The rhubarb is fantastic. I just wish, I'm so tempted to mix that with a custard, just that juice, and mix it with a custard and get it, because the rhubarb is it's spot on. It's got that tanginess, it's got that pungentness. if you can mix that with a custard or something, it'd be fucking amazing. And I wish they would do that.
This one's good, but it doesn't take very much. And if you go overboard, you lose the creamy flavor to it and just gets this chemical note to it.
Yeah, you just oversaturate the type of thing.
And then there's good old vanilla custard.
Oh, yes. You're talking my language now, mate. You're talking my fucking language, mate.
I haven't used much of this. No, not much.
No, you haven't. Yeah, you've had
3/4 of a bottle.
That, man. You've scratched the surface.
.2 grams going into this recipe. Whoops.
Wow.
Whoops.
Aberdeen Miller stating the amount of juice he's threw out. You know, he's thrown out 10k worth of liquid over the years. 10k. Jesus. Wow. That's a lot. It must have been bad.
1.2.
He only uses, what is it, MF and SSA are the only raspberries he uses.
What was the other one? MF.
Oh. And SSA.
I know the SSA. I've got plenty of SSA. What's MF?
I don't know. MF. I've got MF. I'm not sure what MF is.
I don't know. Raspberry custard. It's exactly what the profile is on that. It vapes like it smells. It's a little pungent right now because it's strictly concentrated flavorings, but
yeah, it's gotta be good though.
PG is 19.9. Just still dilute it down. Oh, that's VG. Dummy, pay attention to what you're doing. I need 105.93. Time to refill this bottle.
Well, you get doing the bottom, mate. Whack it up there, Betty.
Come on. Whoops. Just a hair over. Time for our PG. 19.9.
There's not much room in there, is there?
I still gotta add my secret sauce.
Really? Jesus Christ. It's getting rather full, that bottle. That is totally maxed out, that recipe. Like, that's right up the top.
Well, the thing is, I only need to add 3.73 of this.
Damn.
Time me to decant another bottle of this as well.
That's right up to the shoulder. That's hitting the bottom thread.
No worries.
That's spot on. Yeah, that's what you want. Max fill.
Done.
I think that's
and for those of you that didn't see the actual recipe, there she is right there.
If it's a custard, it's got to be a steamer. It's got to be, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah. He only recommends 5 days to steep this one out.
5. I'm
That's
very
it.
surprised at that.
That is very surprising for me.
Yeah.
But a lot of his recipes are meant to be shake and vape it within a reasonable amount of time. There's some delay that you can't avoid when it comes to creams and custards.
Yeah.
But if you happen to nail the balance of the proportion for the cream and the custard, in 5 days, you'll know if this is a banger or not. And it only gets better the more you age it.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Now, the only exception to that is raspberry is one of those flavors that I've learned after about 3 months, regardless of how good it is in the recipe, it starts to diminish as time goes on.
Yeah.
So...
it's kind of like a shelf life of a flavor if you look at it, isn't it, really, when you think about it?
Yeah. And the ones that are alcohol-based tend to evaporate as the alcohol goes out. You get more concentrated. And then as time goes on, it starts to dwindle. Because other components in the recipe end up taking over.
Yeah.
So...
tell you, man,
but this is one I'm excited to try.
Mixing is a science. It's a science. It's an extension of vape science, mixing.
All right.
Me, I need to order some more secret sauce, man. Fucking hell.
Windows and their freaking updates really irritate me.
That's how much secret sauce I've got left, mate. I'm dying here. I need to order some more shit.
Yes, you do.
It's fucking bad. I think that's why I haven't done anything. I'm running low on the old, you know what? Because what I was going to do, I was going to issue you a challenge.
All right.
I was going to give you a list of all the flavors I have sitting in that box, what I've got left, and to come up with a recipe.
Okay.
That's what I was going to do. But I need to get some secret sauce. That's first.
Shoot me over a list. You can drop an email or message me in Discord or whatever. Yeah. And
WhatsApp, mate. WhatsApp. Have you not been looking at WhatsApp, sir? I've dropped you the odd message there, you know.
Have you? Why the frick have I not got notified that I've got a message?
I think last week I thought I was going to be late on, and I sent you a message, but I wasn't late on, so it didn't matter. But yeah, listen, let me tell you something over. Even a single
Miyagi's
flavor,
raspberry custard.
A single flavor wouldn't bother us either. I'd be quite happy to do that.
All right. So since we're not going to be doing that one, we're going to take a look at this Guava Peach clone.
Guava Peach.
VG. Max VG. We did it at 3 milligram.
Ooh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you some little news, right? My daughter, she's 18, nearly 19, sorry, and she smokes, right? And I give her, you know, my little Motti X vape, that little round thing, you can see it, I give her that. And I bought a juice the other day that she likes, and she's been vaping. But she says she likes fruits. And I thought, hang on a minute. I says, Alex has done he's one of his special, the ones he's done is his punch. I says, that could be one for you, so I'm hoping to fucking introduce you to your punch, mate. That's if I don't vape it, like, but you know. But I've got a vaping, mate. She's a Juul user, but I've got a vaping.
That's fantastic.
And I'm buzzing over it.
It's so much better for them. I really wish
think
that,
the
you know, I
problem
could
is-
convince my son to never smoke again.
The problem is the device. She did buy disposables now and then, but that was because she had any fucking tabs, basically. When she's got any tabs, she'll buy a disposable. But I thought, no, I've got a pod kit that says, why don't you use that at work and see how you get on? Because obviously there's no smoking policies at work, so they can't smoke technically. So why don't you use that through your day and see how you get on? And she's been buzzing over it. She says, I've never had one cigarette a day, I've vaped on that. She comes home, she has a cigarette, but during the day she's not smoking. So I'm you know, it's a cigarette less, isn't it? That's
She
where I look at it.
prefers like a pod or mouth to lung style. She
pod
hasn't
at
hit
the
any of your
moment.
direct to lung stuff.
No. But then again, that Moti is DTL, aye? Yeah, it's direct to lung. She takes a good old hit off it, so that is DTL, the Moti. So she is DTL.
How about if I send you this one?
What's that?
That's the Oxva Solo, Arbiter Solo.
Oh,
Single coil, rebuildable, and you can do this as direct to lung or mouth to lung. It's obviously very restricted direct to lung, but if you had this thing wide open, I can vape it and enjoy it. It's not for cloud chucking. It's like an 8 out of 10 for flavor, but for affordability, the fucking thing's fantastic.
I mean, she's not so much into rebuild, she's into sub-ohm. A lot of them, if there's coil you can put in, that's kind of where she's at the moment. The sub-ohm with the
That's fine.
coils. 'Cause I mean, I've got coils here. You know, they're the coils for the Moti S. And I whip one of them in, no bother when she changes. So she's kind of there at the minute. Which, you know, which is fair enough. I mean, nah, women, you know, the sub-ohm want that. They're just blah, blah,
Mate.
blah. Wow, that looks so cool.
Single coil. The airflow is rammed right against the side of the coil. It is a piece of cake for you to wick this. So worst case scenario, once a week, hey dad, let's re-wick this. You pull the cotton out, dry burn it, slub some new cotton in there, and she's off and running for another week.
I've got no problems with building and re-wicking with her, but yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
I mean, granted, you do have a lot easier time, you know, vaping for an affordable price in the UK, but if the Labour Party gets in, it may not be so much anymore. It's going to be helpful for you to have something like this that you can guarantee yourself.
Do you know what it is, right? I believe at this moment in time the UK are following the exact same path as you guys in the US went. The horror stories in the media, all the bullshit in the media. Then the government, well, we'll do this, we'll do that. It's gone in that
You know
way.
who the
We're
UK is
following the
following? New Zealand.
Yeah, well, they have been talking about the Australian method as well. That was mentioned, the Australian method. You kind of fucking put that on script, man. It doesn't even work in Australia, so it's not going to fucking work over here, is it?
I think this would be one that my wife would enjoy more than myself. I don't dislike it, but it's just peach and mango.
Right.
And it's got that mango and peach tartness to it in the background.
Got ya.
It's not a candy. It's definitely a straight up fruit. Fruit blend.
Your fruit. It's a fruit one.
You were the one that spoiled me. Got me into these custards. I tried them,
Well,
and then
I
once I
think
added
that-
the super sweet to turn it from, you know, just a custardy tart vanilla to an actual
Yeah,
full-blown custard
bitty-
pudding.
You get like you get the vanilla pod flavor, don't you? Then you put the sweet in, and it just turns into a custard. Wow.
Yeah. That's what got me spoiled.
Yeah, I don't regret that for a minute. Honestly, I don't regret that for a minute.
And it has just enough sweetness So it tastes like a fruit, not like a candy.
Got ya.
And then obviously, this one, I need to put the review up for this. This cinnamon Danish swirl muffin, exactly like the name on the bottle.
Really, is that good?
The sweetness is balanced. The amount of vanilla icing over top of a cinnamon crusted muffin. I was getting sick of it after vaping it like the third day because it was always like, oh, another fucking cinnamon muffin. Oh, another cinnamon muffin. But come like the fourth or fifth day and switching back and forth between that one and this violet crumble.
Oh, that was nice. That, yeah, I remember that one.
This is what I used when I opened up the Osiris and started vaping it. And I can't believe, even now, how much the creams come forward in this tank. Creams that I recognized were there before is now forefront and the dominant note in this recipe.
So, are you giving that Osiris a thumbs up then, yeah?
Definitely a thumbs up. And I'm definitely giving the Blaze RTA a thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
That one as a dual coil, that's the Solo. That's how you tell them apart. The Solo has little holes on the top.
Yeah.
Versus the Blaze that has a wide slot, which is identical to the Arbiter.
I did kind of see that. I mean, I've got a Blaze, and I cannot knock that Blaze. I was using it last week, the Blaze. It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous.
But in order for me to get the Blaze flavor to be as good as the Arbiter, you saw how closed I have to have the opening. Whereas this one, I'm running that wide open.
Yeah.
It's not so much about the airy, it is about the concentration of flavoring.
Yeah. See, the old Arbiter there's getting some stiff competition now, isn't it?
I also have the realistic understanding that you can't get the Arbiter anymore. The number of shops that still have one in stock is dwindled to just about nothing.
Yeah.
So if I want to recommend something to somebody, I've got to pick something that was just released right now. And my highest praise goes to the Blaze Solo. Right here.
I get that.
Wide open for me is the best single coil RTA ever. I get enough airflow that I'm satisfied. The flavor is a 9.8 out of 10. And it's just delicious.
Big statement. That is a big statement.
And that's using the stock coil that came with it, which is a 3.5 millimeter coil.
Really? Wow.
Whereas the Blaze uses 2 3 millimeter coils.
I used to like the what was the other one? Was it the intake? Was it the intake?
Yeah, intake and intake dual.
Yeah, the intake dual. That was another fabulous one as well. That was really good.
But the thing with the intake is coil placement really matters. I've got on them before where I put the coils in and I thought I should have fantastic flavor. And for some reason, there just wasn't any. It was just a cloud chucker. I'm like, what?
Yeah. No, you've got to fiddle about with it like everything else. You've got to fiddle about it. It's just like you did with the Kylan too. You've got to fiddle about with it. And once you get that fucking sweet spot, boom, you're away, aren't you?
Listen, maybe I got lucky. But all three of these I filmed yesterday, and all three of them are wicked perfectly. They chain vape on them, no issues whatsoever, keeping up with the e-liquid flow. The flavor's fantastic on it. Especially, I still can't get over this Osiris. It brings out creams and custard nuances that I'd never tasted before in any other tank.
It's like you see, you get some tanks where they're better for fruits and not so good for custards.
I gotta fill it up again.
Or bakeries. And then on the other side of the coin, you get some tanks that are good for flavors, custards, and not so good for fruits. You know what I mean? It's a weird one.
What's even weirder is when you start playing around with it and you go, well, if I put this coil in here, it's going to accentuate the custards. But if I put this coil in here, it's accentuating the fruits.
Yeah. It's a weird one, isn't it? It's just so strange how they work.
And Paul was the one that got me to sit there and not just play with the coils, but also playing with the wattages. You can take and balance the creams and the custards with the fruits by adjusting your wattage out of what your norm temperature is wise.
Yeah, I think custards, you've got to run them pretty warm. Generally. Fruits you can get away with, but custards you've got to run reasonably warm.
Yeah. Fantastic recipes. I love them, love them, love them. So
I need to switch to headphones because my battery's dying. Give us a minute.
No worries. Question for you guys in the audience today is, for our retro vape, do we want to do just the retro vape that we have, which is the SIGELEI? I know we're coming on 4 hours. The SIGELEI Shikra. I got it in a hot pink, ready to go for us.
Bingo.
Or do we want to give the Juul a try and maybe even the Enjoy Ace to see what they're like? Ooh. Are you guys even interested in that? Or should we just stick with our standard retro vape?
You're spoiled for choice here, mate. We're spoiled for choice.
Do I even give Juul an option or a chance?
Why
or do
not?
I just focus on our retro vape?
Give Juul. Nowadays, I've never ever tried a Juul device. Never. I wouldn't even know. But I think with all the controversy and all the stuff that's in the headlines, why not? Why not give it a go, mate?
It's the same salt, Nick, that goes in like this Peak Bar, which I truly love the display on.
Fucking go for it, mate. Your show, your rules.
Nah, I'm doing it for whatever everybody else wants. If they don't want it, I'm gonna leave it sit here. It's a collector's item at this point because the FDA banned the menthol pod.
Holy shit, that filled up quick.
Mm.
Yeah. I've never, ever used a Juul device. Never.
All right, we'll take a look at it. Let's roll the retro vape bumper.
I don't know the availability in the UK for them, to be honest with you.
I don't know. You have to stop at the grocery store or the corner shop and see what they got. I'm sure you could get them. They're probably on the black market.
I would imagine so.
But I would imagine they sell a 20 milligram or 2% solution there.
I think that could be the problem because they're normally 50 milligram over in your part of the world, yeah?
Yeah.
That would never happen over here.
Well, it wouldn't take very much for them to fill it with 2% instead of 5%.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never looked into it, to be honest with you. I'll have to check out.
All right. In honor of the theme for today's show, we're going to take a look at the Juul and our SIGELEI Shikra. Alrighty, folks, I'm gonna move my flavorings out of the way here, which I've accumulated quite a bit of them past 3 weeks. And I need to pull the tape off of this because it wouldn't stand up on the thing rotating around. So I legit had to tape these boxes together. So there's our retro vape for today. This is the SIGELEI Chronos Shikra Gem Edition in a pink stainless gem. Stainless steel, Chronos, as in this has a clock display that normally sits while it's idle. And we've got pink and stainless as the colors. But in honor of what this show is today, we're going to take a look at the Juul device and what a menthol pod looks like. In the past, I did a review on the Logic and the Logic Pro. This was one of the first items that the FDA had authorized as a appropriate for the protection of public health vape. And why is it appropriate for the protection of public health? Well, because no vapor in their right mind is going to continually use this product. Guaranteed. And because they have a monopoly on this as a legally authorized product by the FDA, well, it's the only one that's going to be on the shelf available for you to buy in your local gas station and convenience store. Despite the fact that all it does is give you spit back. Yuck. And the other product that I bought that I haven't done a review on yet is the Enjoy Ace. This is also FDA authorized in its 5% solution. It says 58 milligrams per milliliter. 2 1.9 milliliter disposable pods are included in this. And the actual device is this tiny little thing. Sleek Enjoy Ace. I've heard that is actually a pretty good product. But this is the one that became so popular with everybody. This is what all the fuss is about. Guidebook. 50% off coupon. This is how you charge it. They have a piece of cardboard in the end to show you where the pod would go. And I see what all the fuss is about being just like a USB drive. Looks like an air Wi-Fi antenna when it's charging. I could see how that would be a stealth item that schools would complain about. Kids have a laptop on their desk and this is plugged in. And if you didn't know any better, you wouldn't see the Juul logo on it. You would just see it plugged in and it would look like a Wi-Fi antenna in somebody's laptop. Unbelievable. But I see why it is something that would catch on. Then you got your pods, and this package is sealed. Such a shame to waste that much space on nothing. Why they're not selling it as a 4-pack, I don't know.
Apologies, guys. Loo break. Jesus Christ, it's gone through me. I can pause this stuff.
I get it now, mate.
Ooh,
this is the Juul, okay?
Right.
And it came with a piece of cardboard stuck in the end.
Okay.
So you can tell, you know, where the pod's going to go.
Yeah.
Right? Here's the charger.
Wow.
And tell me if that's plugged in to a laptop, you wouldn't think that that's a Wi-Fi antenna.
Really? No way.
That's it. That's the device.
That's got Wi-Fi on it.
No, it doesn't. But that's what it looks like to me. If this was sitting on somebody's desk in school and this was plugged in,
It would look like
if
a
I looked
Wi-Fi,
back
yeah.
at that student, I would think that that's like a Wi-Fi antenna for their laptop.
It looks like one mount, I'll give you that, yeah.
And then obviously this is the pod that I opened up in the package.
So that's just a charging device. That's basically what it is, yeah?
This is the charging device right there. And
Holy
a dust
moly.
cover to
I
put
think
it on the end.
I think it's a secret Wi-Fi device.
And there's your Juul pod. Look how tiny that coil is.
That's small, mind, aren't they? They're tiny, aren't they? I didn't realize they were that small. I thought they were bigger.
Is there nothing that holds this in? You have to push it in? Oh yeah, you push it in to lock it.
It's a bit like
There
a
you go.
USB stick, isn't it? It's a bit like a USB-based design, isn't it? USB stick type thing.
Yeah. I totally understand now why they're complaining about it looking like a USB stick.
Yeah. Pretty
Or
much looks like one.
like a Wi-Fi antenna.
Yeah, it's weird.
As small
Very
as that
small.
opening is, you don't know that there's fluid in there. Unless it's almost empty.
It looks very small. It looks very tiny.
That's it. That's the unboxing of the Juul. There's nothing to it.
It looks like an MTL rather than a direct. It's definitely MTL, isn't it?
Does it need charge before it's used?
I'm saying you're sucking us absolutely fuck all in vapor.
All right. It's plugged in and charging. Tap the device gently twice to show battery life.
Oh, that's interesting.
Full charge takes about an hour. Indicator light will pulsate while charging. That's what it's doing and flashing white. Make sure the Juul device is charged before use. No buttons required to turn it on. Remove the Juul cap and insert the clear end into the device. The solid end is the mouthpiece. Okay, it wouldn't fit in on the other way. Take small puffs to get a feel for the vapor. Then ease into inhaling. Like any new experience, the Juul device may take getting used to. If it feels too harsh, try inhaling less and puffing
Easier
more
said than
gently.
done. Okay.
I don't know, mate.
Is that not a lesson to enjoy oral sex? If it's too much, take less.
Yeah, that's about
I'm
right.
sorry.
No, that's about right.
I couldn't resist. It was too much.
Well, at least it's definitely not like the Logic Pro where I got a big, gaping gush of spit back when I tried it first. All right, so while that's charging, let's take a look at this SIGELEI Shikra. And this one came with child protection passcode lock that you could set up on the device.
Okay.
And as is par for the course back in the day, because of stupid regulations, they came up with stupid packaging.
Of course.
Here's the mod. Here's the tank. Because they're packaged separately, this isn't a complete kit.
I can get it. You know, if you buy a mod now, or an RTA now that's got a bubble glass, they'll send the bubble glass separate. It's just a loophole, isn't it?
Yeah, but the loophole here was the way that they wrote the laws. If they were in one package, it was a complete kit and would be taxed at a certain rate in certain states.
Got you.
But because they were packaged separately and sealed separately, this was not a complete kit because you couldn't possibly use it by itself. It's also missing e-liquid and batteries. So the tax did not apply.
It's kind of clever when you think about it. However, it is clever.
Manufacturing date right on the box, 2018, 11/13. And as you can see, still sealed.
You think about it, right? The way to get around the tax is separate them, and that's fucking clever, isn't it? When you think about it.
There you go.
It is a nice looking mod. I get that. It's really nice looking mod, but the pink doesn't do for me, that's all.
No, but the girls would love it. Why wouldn't the girls love this nice, beautiful, hot pink mod?
Oh, don't get us wrong. We've got to acquire, we've got to, satisfy the female vapors, obviously. Well, you can't stereotype all female vapors as liking pink. You know what I mean?
No. But if out of anybody that would love it, I mean, other than Dimitri, pick a passcode. Look, it's asking for a passcode to be set up in this device.
That is good. That's quite a cool feature, actually. So you must have a passcode in your packaging, surely.
No, they want you to set one up.
Really?
7. Maybe there is a passcode on there.
Here's me thinking we set up a demonic password like 666. I mean, I would imagine there was a basic passcode to activate, and then maybe you could change it further along to your own passcode. Could be wrong.
So I'm looking for. And this is how any vape manufacturer could easily instill child-proof stuff. Force you to require you to register the device. You know what I mean? And they'll give you the passcode when you register.
What the fuck?
There you go, child protection lock instructions.
What a load of shite that is.
The device will enter into passcode locking mode when replacing batteries or when the fire button is pressed 3 times rapidly. The initial password of the device is set to...
Must be fucking 1, 2, 3 or something stupid, isn't it? There you go.
Talk about slow.
Oh, wow. Shit.
There you go. You can reset the password at any time by first entering the lock mode and then by pressing the fire button 3 times. Once at the lock mode, holding down the fire button and joystick toggle button at the same time for 3 seconds will reset the password.
Wow.
200 watts. 1 watt increments until you hit 100 watts, and then it goes into half watt increments.
I'll take it, doesn't round robin.
No, I don't think so. That was before round robin was even a thing.
Fucking was, mate. Yep,
nope.
100.
That's 10 watts.
10 watts, sorry.
It's all right. So there you go. And then obviously, you know, comes the USB cable. Let's take a look at this luscious tank that's included. SIGELEI Shikra.
Take it to sub-ohm tank.
The top fill has a kidney-shaped opening and threaded on with a big, massive silicone O-ring there to seal it. So unscrew the bottom of the tank. We'll take a look at this SIGELEI coil. So we're looking at 60 to 120 watts through a 0.2 ohm coil that is round wire.
120 watts. 20 watts, that's pushing it, that, like.
There ain't no way. The only way this is taking 120 watts is if this, the wattage output on this is anything but.
Yeah.
Like you might have it set at 120 watts on here, but you throw a modern, you know, mod on there and it'll probably be like 60 watts.
Yeah.
Or 70. But it's supposed to be good 60 to 120 watts.
Come on, old school, man. Round wire coils, man. Fucking hell.
But this is what I hated about the SIGELEI coils. I've never done this before, but now that I'm, you know, doing DIY mixing, smell the coil. You know what I smell? Machine oil. Machine oil, like what I would smell if I was cleaning my gun.
That's all that for a coil that's already made and inside the wick.
This was probably assembled by a machine.
More than likely.
And it's probably, you know, like mineral oil that is healthy, not healthy, but not going to hurt you if you consume it.
Yeah, non-toxic, basically.
Yeah. But that'll explain why whenever I use a SIGELEI product, there was always an off taste to the first tank of e-liquid that you put in there.
Yeah, you've got to burn that oil off, haven't you? And obviously, with it being a sub-ohm coil, you can't dry burn them because you fucking burn them fuck the wick.
Yeah, what are you going to do? You're going to put this in your ultrasonic cleaner?
Nope, not going to happen, is it?
I mean, I suppose I could take some vodka, some pure, vodka, and throw it in this ultrasonic cleaner and put this coil in there and let it clean whatever stuff is in there off of it and then let it completely dry. But
what's quicker? Blast a tank through or do that? What's the quickest method?
Well, the quickest thing is just to freaking fill it up and vape it and deal with it.
Yeah.
Shikra tank user manual.
Shikra tank. I've never been fucking getting Shikra.
Unscrew the top, fill it up. Back when they used eyedroppers. Put the lid back on. Available coil options. We had the MSH coil, which is what it came with, 0.2 ohms. And the MS coil, which I believe is a mesh coil. Let's take a look at this other one that came in the package. Nope, that one's round wire too. And that one is 0.25 ohms, 40 to 80 watts.
Holy shit. Well, that's kind of your first flaw, is the filling, because it's only got one kidney hole, so you need another hole to expel the air as you're filling it, don't you?
So for 80 to 120 watts, best flavor is wide open. For the 60 to 80 watts, you need to close the opening on the bottom halfway to get the best flavor. That's the only time I've ever seen a user manual that actually told you how to control the airflow to get best flavor.
It's always got to be a pro, isn't it? It's got to be a plus.
Yeah. And then look, they give you a spare 510 pin. And gaskets. And then if you wanted just regular glass, straight glass.
It's nice to have a few options, without a doubt.
And I guess for 2018, I mean, this was probably a pretty good deal. Oh, is this one of those? Yes, it is. The spare 510 pin was so that you could use other people's coils in here. Smoke. Yes. Smoke coils. Could put the TFE baby beast coil in here.
At the time, you didn't want to use that fucker. But that's a pro, interactive coils.
That was one thing that I was really grateful for when I first got into vaping, is that they started doing that. There were certain tanks that you could buy that you could take and put the smoke coils in, or you could put the Geek Vape coil in. They started to standardize. There was a coil that was standardized that you could get from 2 or 3 different manufacturers, whether it be SIGELEI, Smock, or Geek Vape, and were interchangeable in their tanks.
Yeah. I've got a few Soam tanks sitting on the shelf, but I can't get coils for anymore. So they're basically ready for the bin. Can't get them. And that's my gripe with sub-ohm coils. You get a nice sub-ohm tank. At the time they do a coil range, but say a year, 2 years down the line, they stop making the fucking coils for them, so you're fucked.
Trying to think what I'm going to put in this thing.
That's my only gripe with sub-ohm coils.
I'm going to put this one in there only because that's what's in all the other tanks.
Violet crumble. Well, it's not a bad juice. That you like that, don't you?
Yeah.
Pardon me. Oh, God, loving this shit.
There you go. Prep the coil. Let that soak in. Now that it's soaked in and you can see through it, assemble the coil. Little turn there.
I mean,
yeah, in order for you to use the other coil, you had to take this off too.
Just a random question for you. Are you a sub-ohm user, or do you just try them and probably shelf them?
You mean like, is there a tank that is stock coil that I use from time to time? Yes. The one that I keep going back to is the Odin, the Aspire Odin tank.
The Odin tank, yeah. And are your coils still ready available for that tank, yeah?
Yes. But it's been quite some time since I've actually done that. Once I found the Arbiter, I found very little use for a stock coil sub-ohm tank, other than when I'm trying the product out. Why am I going to keep spending $20 on a pack of coils?
I totally get that. That's my problem though, is when you buy a sub-ohm tank, like you say, you can get your coils for about a year or so, and then that's it. You're fucked, aren't you? It's ready for the bin.
But in the beginning, I could see that as a good thing, only because, I mean, for the shops, it sucks. Because you're going to have to carry all different kinds of freaking coils from everybody else. And if you sold a product, people are going to expect you to have coils for them. Unless you came out and said, look, sorry, man, they quit making these coils, but I do have a new tank out here that's actually better flavor that I could put you in today for about the cost of 2 boxes of coils. And good news, that instead of buying 3 coils with the box, you get 5 coils to a box.
I mean, I get that. I mean, sub-ohm coils at some point are going to be obsolete when they stop making coils for them. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Aspire is the only one that I know out there that has reliably continued to make coils for even their first tank that they sold.
Well, I've got another one that can do that as well. Horizon Tech. They're doing them for their tanks.
Falcon?
Falcon, yep. Their tanks take all the old coils. I think I've just broken a new one out recently, Falcon. Sure they have.
Oh, really? My wife had the Falcon when we first started vaping.
I'm almost certain I've just rung a recent tank out recently, Falcon. They were good fucking tanks, them in the day. Fucking, I'm gonna have to fucking investigate that one. Hang on.
Well, this would get old quick. It says it's 0.25 ohms. It's supposed to be 0.2. Now it says 0.25. Now it's 0.26. Now it's 0.27.
Holy shit, that's not good. Yeah, Falcon have just brung out the Falcon Legend, apparently.
That was a good flavorful tank.
It's about, well, I'm just looking because I believe Mike Vape's done a review on it 3 months ago. So it's been out 3 months. Falcon Legend.
Oh, wow.
Again, it back catalogs to their older coils, which that was a brilliant thing Falcon done. You can still put all the old coils into their newer tanks.
Were you taking a loo break when I showed this?
I was.
This is the Enjoy Ace.
Ah.
This is FDA authorized in the United States and has been determined to be appropriate for the protection of public health.
Okay.
This is the flavors that we're selling tobacco, blueberry, cool menthol, and watermelon twist.
Wow.
However, I do not think anything other than tobacco has been authorized.
So is that what you're thinking that one is, tobacco flavor, yeah?
Well, this one's a menthol. That's what I bought.
Oh, sorry.
But look how tiny this device is.
Really small, isn't it?
And it's all battery.
That's small. I would lose something like that. Something too small I would probably lose. I'll put it down, forget where I put it.
And we're going to take a look at this one too. Since we're looking at FDA authorized devices.
So are they pre-filled pods or do you have to fill them?
Well, pre-filled. Medical grade sealed packages. This is the menthol. Foil pack.
Wow.
Look who made the coil.
Film.
Feel him.
Film. Feel them.
Vaperz, though, I think his parent company
Wow.
is making the coils for the Enjoy Ace.
Holy shit. Isn't it weird how they all interact, eh?
And look, it even includes a bung to seal it up. And now I can definitely smell the menthol in this. Oh, look. They even have a silicone cover over the bottom where the airflow is. I'm like, why isn't this going in there? Magnetic.
Yeah. It's a very small, snug-looking device, though, isn't it?
It is. So this is authorized for sale in the United States, but this one isn't. Which one are kids going to be using?
Well, I'm no fucking brain scientist, but you know. Very small, though, isn't it? Tiny. How
compared to the Aegis Max?
How heavy is it? There's no weight in it at all.
It's all battery. $62.38 grams.
Fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
It weighs less than this Arbiter tank. Certainly less than this Osiris tank.
It weighs less than my fucking dick. Then would have fucking. Pardon the pun.
Probably. I wouldn't know that answer, though.
No. I'm not that well endowed, to be honest with you, but, you know, carry on.
So, meet the Enjoy Ace. And I'm assuming that the Enjoy Ace needs to be charged with the USB cable.
I mean, even if you round it off to 63, that's still fuck all, is it?
Here's the Kylan.
Wow. Fucking hell. Weighs less than a tank. Wow.
And that's with the full pod in it.
Yeah, wow. What's the battery on it? What kind of battery's on it? What's the MAR on it?
Got to charge the device first. Open the package, remove the pod, insert the pod. Take a slow, easy 2 to 3 second drag.
What's
Battery
the
life. The Enjoy Ace can last 24 hours and takes approximately 1.5 hours to charge. 1.2 hours to charge.
Not got the MEH value on it, the bar?
Nope.
No? Wow.
Scottsdale, Arizona. Let's see if this thing works before I charge it. I don't even know where the light is on it. On the front, right there.
Dead.
It needs charged. So, it may also be set up that way electronically to not activate until you plug it into a charger. And that might actually turn the circuit on. You know what I mean? It's actually off sitting in the box. And in order to actually turn it on, because there's no buttons in it,
Need to put a charge.
it has to be put a charge cable on it. And that act of charging the battery is what actually will turn the device on for the first time.
So there's no buttons. I take it it's puff activated, yeah?
Yep. The light's not turning on. Plugged into the charger. Unlike the Juul. Just a plain menthol vape.
No special.
There's no throat hood to it whatsoever.
Really? Wow, that's cool. I was just gonna note, it's nice to see you finally finish that jar. Like, I'm on my fourth one, but you know.
That's half a bottle, mate. I'm saving it for the old lady so she can try it when she gets home, so I'm going to have to revert to my...
Oh, he's hard coffees. Hey, kudos to you, sir. Honestly. Kudos, mate. I like that. I like the way you're considering your better half. That's the main thing.
I don't really care for the mouthfeel. The square.
Yeah, it looks like you stick the USB stick in your mouth. That's basically what it looks like.
And the light stays on.
It looks like you're sucking on a USB fucking drive device. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm just wondering how many puffs it's going to have to take before I feel it. And the light just turned on the Enjoy now that it's been plugged in for a while.
with that one, you know what? You should plug in your computer and see how much storage you can put on it.
Listen, that was a report that came out in one of the security magazines that I get emailed to from SANS because I've got those master's degrees in information security.
Yeah.
That said hackers can hack your vape.
Fuck off.
These things do have software in them that determines the wattage based upon the stroke of airflow.
Why would a hacker hack your vape? What would be the fucking goal of that? What, to fucking make you cough your bollocks off?
I don't know, because the way that it's set up on here, there's 4 points of contact on the bottom, whereas there's only 2 on the charger. So 2 of them are data lines, 2 of them are for charging the battery. So first off, you'd have to have the right connection on here to even access the memory that's on it.
That's fucking weird. Is it not Juul monitoring you? Juul monitoring your use? You know what I mean? That kind of shit.
No, they were originally going to put that technology into their devices as part of the child protection scheme.
Yeah.
Just like on here, this thing got sent to you locked up. You would have to go to their website, register your serial number, verify you're an adult, then they'll give you the passcode for you to unlock the device and start using it.
Which I totally agree with. That's brilliant.
Not Stanton Glantz. Oh my God. That means you could addict more people because you could intensify the addictive behavior of your devices. What?
Bullshit.
You have been around tobacco control for way too many fucking decades to say something like that.
That's bullshit.
But to answer your other question, I'm already starting to feel the nick off of this.
It'd be a 50 milligram, is it?
Yep.
No fucking wonder, mate. You'd be fucking buzzing if you keep vaping that, mate.
It's not as enjoyable as like this one. This one has cooling in it. So when you're vaping it, you definitely get a cooling sensation. But the flavor on this one is an Andes chocolate mint. Which gives you more satisfaction than the fucking Juul does, because there's no throat hit to this whatsoever. There's no cooling to it whatsoever. Even the menthol flavor is a flavor, not an experience.
There's no vape. You're not vape. There's nothing coming out. Fucking a poof. Nothing. Whoa. Fuck me. Jesus Christ. I thought we were going to cloud the fucking room out there for a minute. Never mind.
Okay, so I get why the teachers are bitching. You can't see that. Sitting in the front of the classroom and somebody was using this in the back.
Can't see it. There's very little in it.
If they were smart enough, and they would be smart enough because the light stays on, it would keep the light turned towards them.
Yeah, just cover it, don't you? Now, if you're sitting back of the class, how would do? Stick your head down, boom, vape, done.
No, they talked about that in the movie. They had that one girl there that had the lung injury, right? That insisted on vaping during the interviewing of her, bit on the show. And they talk about how kids would put it in their coat pocket. They'd be wearing their winter jackets or their sweaters, and it would be in their hand. And they would just go.
Yeah, and you can't say fuck all. Exactly. Nobody can say what's coming out, so you kind of get where they're coming from in a sense, like.
Yeah, especially as tiny as this thing is. It's what happens when you successfully create an invention, and I can definitely feel the nick off of it.
So I'm saying something that small that's hitting you with 50 milligram. Yeah, one of the kids is fucking jumping on the boat with it.
But they're also giving 50 milligram a bad name because I don't feel like that when I use this one. When I use this one, first off, you saw the smoke, the vapor.
Smoke, don't you dare.
Yeah, I know. First off, you see the vapor. Second off, because of the cooling that they put in this, the WS23 or WS3 or whatever cooling agent they added to this, and the flavor, I would stop using this after 1 or 2 tokes because I would realize, I got the cooling. Normally it only takes me 3 hits or 5 hits or, 2 hits before I feel it. 58.9 milligrams.
Wow.
That's like the Enjoy Ace that we talked about. It should be active now. This one, There's no real taste to it. It's more of a smell. And the menthol's different on this one than it is on the menthol pod for the Juul. This one smells more like Vicks 44 mentholated cream. And they are super stealthy because of how small they are.
I think I see it. It literally looks like a memory stick. That's pretty much what it looks like. And that's probably the thing that memories through, you know, the teachers up in schools thinking, oh, the kids have just got a memory stick. When they really haven't. They've got a fucking
And this,
kid,
I could see some teacher looking at this and going, that must be somebody's highlighter. If they didn't know anything about vaping. I get it.
Don't. Yeah.
I get why the paved moms are flipping out over this.
Without a doubt.
Those are both 58 milligram.
That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Wow.
And then we have ourselves a SIGELEI Shikra.
It is a nice looking kit, I'll give it that.
That's got a little poshness to it.
Pink's not me, like, I'm sorry.
No, it's not you, but you could get the same in a blue or a green.
Oh, yeah.
And they were the ostentatious highlighter shades of colors when they put these things out. I've got a black one like this too.
Black, yeah. That would look cool.
I can taste the e-liquid I put in it. The creams are not there at all. I definitely get the coffee aspects to it. Definitely no hiding this in school.
The things you've got to take into consideration with retro vapes, obviously the time it was out. It's never going to be as good as today's technology. So you're going to
could be
flavor. Yeah,
I can get the TFV9 coil and pop it in here.
I get where you're coming from, but you've got to give it that benefit of the doubt, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
And it uses the same cable that the Enjoy Ace does. It's the old micro USB cable.
You remember though, like mods in them days, right? I mean, this is where like the Yeehee and the DNA boards come in their own, because a lot of other mods at the time, they were saying it could hit 100 watts, but it wasn't hitting 100 watts. It was hitting something like 80, 85. So
Daniel was really good about that.
And that's when the wattage, that's kind of the era when the wattage race was on. You know, a lot of people are claiming that the mods could hit 100 watts, but they weren't. They were nowhere fucking near. You know what I mean? And
that's how Phil Basardo got so good in the vaping in a review business, because he would put it on a scope and look at it and say, look, here's the actual time it takes for it to fire, and here's the actual wattage that it achieved.
Yeah. And that's how Yeehee and DNA evolved, because they were pretty much spot on. You know, they had boards that actually hit what it was saying or measured what it was saying, so to speak. You know, that's how they obviously they're the pinnacle, so shall we say, of the vaping. And obviously, as years have gone by, the companies have actually kind of caught up with them. You know, they think, well, we can do that now, so where are you at? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we are now. A lot of companies have caught up with the Yeehee and the DNA boards. You know what I mean? You could put that tank on a Yeehee mod, you could put that tank on a DNA mod, and then you could put on a tank, say, on a smoke mod, and you wouldn't know the fucking difference.
Different color of pink, though, purple.
Unless the mod was totally shit, then you would know the difference.
That's the G-Priv 3.
Awesome bit of kit, that's cracking bit of kit.
Well, let's put it on there and run it at 60 watts, and let's see, first off, what does it measure the coil resistance? That's a ugly combination.
I guarantee you'll get a different vape of it. Guarantee that.
I mean, from a distance, I guess you wouldn't be able to tell much of it. Distance, you know.
Yeah.
New coil, 0.237 ohms. So the reading of the mod was pretty accurate. The coil is supposed to be a 0.2 ohm coil, though, so it wasn't made very accurately.
It's close. Yeah. Excuse me.
Now, if I can remember how to unlock this mod so I can make changes to it.
That's the thing. We got bored with the emoji thing. How the fuck?
Oh, it's that button on the top.
Ah.
There you go. Now we'll see what 60 watts on this mod tastes like. Now I can taste creams. There is something in the SIGELEI chip that does not accurately put out the power like the newer Smock one did.
There you go.
It shouldn't taste different. They should taste identical. At 60 watts on both mods, should be identical.
So, off that mod, you're getting better flavors, yeah? To nail it down. There you go.
Better flavors, a little bit more clouds, not very much. But there's something about the SIGELEI mod that isn't accurately represented in the output like this one is.
So based on that little experiment, you can see why the Yeehy and the DNA boards excel above.
And why everybody sought them out.
Yeah, because they're more accurate boards.
See, that one's set at 60 watts. 0.24, 0.26, 0.28, 0.27, 0.27.
I don't like the idea that that's varying. That should sit and lock it at what, you know, it should lock the resistance. It shouldn't be fucking about like that.
Like it does on this one.
Yeah.
But we know from temperature control that if you fire a mod, as you heat the temperature up, you can change the resistance of the coil.
That's right.
And it shouldn't fire it based on what the current resistance is. It should fire it based on a constant resistance reading it took when you first hooked it onto your tank.
That's correct, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. I could use this to quit smoking.
Basically, what that's doing is basically firing it and giving you clouds. That's what it's doing. It's not giving you a flavor.
Yeah, accurate wattage output, and it's not maximizing the flavor potential of the liquid you put into the tank.
Yeah. So, just out of curiosity, up it to 70 watts or something, see if it gets any better.
There you go. $70 watts on this is equivalent to 60 watts on the Smock G-Priv 3.
Exactly. There you go. That's
underpowered, underrated.
You could probably bump that to 80 watts and it would feel like 60, 70 watts on another mod.
Yep. But for somebody that just went into the vape shop for the first time, they bought themselves their first starter kit, it would have worked.
Oh, shit. It's shit. I still think it's shit because, I mean, what's that, 2018? The wattage wars were still kind of in the fucking middle of the range then when the wattage wars were round about that time. You know, people trying to fucking hit the wattage wars. So, yeah. Some will have done it, some will have not.
And that's why reviewers were so popular and why everybody looked at it, because they bought one. You know, they thought it was an upgrade to their Geek Vape one that they had. And they bought this one and they go, wait a minute, this one isn't the same. It's not quite performing as much. I got to run the coils hotter than I should run them.
Yeah.
So let me look at some reviews, and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, then like DGLSB Vapes and like Phil Basardo would have them out there, and they put the scope on it and go, listen, it says you have it set at 60, but you're only putting out 57.
Yeah. That's why I've always said some reviewers are fucking bullshitters. Simple as that, you know what I mean?
And why some of them are nothing more than marketers.
Yeah. Oh, fucking 60 watts. This is fucking marvelous. No, it's fucking not, mate. It's shit. I mean,
smoking is dead. Vaping is the future. And here's your new mod for you to buy. Look at this grand thing. Oh, beautiful, fantastic vape.
That's my argument. When you're a review and you're getting sent products by a company, when you're a review and you're getting sent products by a company, are you going to give them a shit review so they stop sending you products? No.
I do. That's why I don't get hardly any stuff sent to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. More successful reviewers blow sunshine up your fucking arse so they can keep getting gear sent for free. It's simple, man.
The Pasito Mini. It works, but it's stupid how you have your coil, because this tank is half empty and you can't see it from there.
No, it's all black, man.
But that coil is not in the fluid when you hold it like this.
Yeah,
so you have to hold it like this.
Yeah. I've come across a few like that, but you've got to hold a certain way.
It vapes good. You get the flavor of your fluid. And if this was a $20 device, well, you got your $20 worth.
Yeah.
But I suggest you spend the extra $5 or $10 to get yourself something better. It's a fact.
It's a weird one.
I feel bad for leaving this Mike Vapes tank sit on my desk as long as it is.
Get it hit, man.
Because this Blaze Solo is fan-fucking-tastic.
I like it, man.
Single coil producing flavor this freaking good.
Amazing, yeah.
It is amazing. Because I've used plenty of single coil tanks. And like, don't get me wrong, this Arbiter Solo, beautiful flavor, single coil. But it's mainly designed for people that are mouth to lung vapors.
Yeah.
The airflow's only on one side. Yeah, you can do it as a direct to lung with it wide open. But most of the settings are on here, so you look at that tiny air hole opening.
That's
3 holes.
Small.
That's for mouth to lung.
Yeah. I can't see the point of a tank being MTL.
Because we're not mouth to lung vapors.
I know.
Like Phil and Dimitri are both mouth to lung vapors. They don't like cloud chasing. They want the same experience they had and the same amount of vapor visible as what they got when they were smoking.
Which
I get
is fair enough. I get, yeah, you totally
but it
get
would
that.
never been enough for me.
Nah. I'm not a fan of MTL. I mean, I've got a few MTL tanks and they're, you know, they're okay. I can get away with them, but I'm not a fan of it.
I'm not a fan of the fact that all disposables in the United States are 5% solution. Why? You can't sell a 25 milligram e-liquid in your disposables? Yes, for a smoker, you'll need the 5% to get them to quit smoking with your product. But what happens after they quit smoking and they don't want to continue to use such a high dose of the nicotine?
Definitely.
And with the TPD requirements in the EU limiting you guys to 20 milligrams, they could very easily sell both products here in the States. A 5% and a 2%.
Easy.
And
Yeah,
actually, the sales would fly off the shelves for the 2% because people switching from the 5 to the 2 would use it a lot more initially. But within a week or 2 or 3 at the most, they would get used to the 2% and vape less than they did when they first switched to it.
Exactly. And then obviously that could lead them quitting vaping and smoking. So, you know, it's a
And then they
reduction,
need
innit?
to sell a 0 milligram disposable device.
Yeah. You think that
Which I was
never
really
happened?
surprised about. Brick City Vaperz in North Olmsted, Ohio does sell 0 milligram disposables.
Really? Wow.
Yes. Which I thought was fantastic. Because then you could taper down. You could have your 2%, you know, your 20 milligram or 25 milligram. And you could vape the 0 milligram until you got really edgy. And you would take a drag of the other one. And eventually wean yourself off of the nicotine completely.
That's awesome, that. That's so cool. I never thought they'd do. I never thought they would do that on a disposable. I thought that was it. You know,
It's a stupid business model because you're going to lose your customer eventually. But if the goal of your business is to get people to quit smoking, it's the smartest business investment you'll ever make. Because word of mouth from that person that completely quit smoking with vaping will tell everybody they run across for the rest of their life about what worked for them.
I mean, to be honest, I know a few people that do vape 0 milligram, and the worst smokers. Don't get us wrong, the were smokers, and they're getting out to 0 milligram, but it's just purely for the habit, not the nicotine. It's the habit, which is odd. Yeah,
Well, sir, I think it's time for us to call it a quits for today. We've been at it for 5 hours.
Another one. Wow, another long one. Yeah, it doesn't feel like 5 minutes though, does it? You know what I mean, when you think about it.
I went on a rant for the first hour and a half about the Juul series, the Netflix series. I highly recommend everybody go watch it.
Hey,
And
I'm gonna have a look,
like
see if
Billy
we
Lee
can get
Rice
over
said,
here.
it's a roller coaster ride.
Definitely gonna have a look on Netflix here, see if we can get it.
Yeah. I learned a lot. I really did. And it really opened my eyes and broadened my things. And I would have never thought today of trying the actual Juul device until I watched the show. And once I watched the show and I'm like, okay, I'm all about getting smokers to quit. Let's see what the fuss is about. And it does work.
I don't think that product was a problem. Like I said, it was the marketing. And obviously this fucking wanker decided to use the Juul product for cannabis. It was fucking disastrous for them. Disastrous.
But what I learned in it, and it didn't take me very long, I was halfway through the first episode when I realized this. What if it wasn't Juul? If it was some company, any other company in the world, and they did things 100% right, the tobacco control freaks and the ants would still be anti-vaping.
Without a doubt. But again, you know, you think Juul kind of shot themselves in the foot as well with that, like you say, with that marketing strategy. That was the downfall. The marketing was the biggest downfall. They fucked right up on that. Like you said, they tried to do the old 1950s cigarette style, and it backfired.
They didn't intend to repeat the cigarette marketing. The guy they hired
No.
followed marketing strategies and didn't give fuck all about cigarette smokers. He just wanted to sell as many of these products and make it as hip as possible as a cultural sweeping movement through the nation. And now he whines and boo-hoos in there that he doesn't get to claim the best marketing campaign in the world ever had because now it's associated with smoking. Moron, if you would have looked at the company's mission and focused your marketing based on that instead, you could have had both and claim the hero for the smokers in the world that couldn't find any other way to quit.
The other side of the coin, that is, if they did do everything right and they did do marketing right, would you still be in the same boat you are now?
Oh yeah,
I think you would.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. If it wouldn't be from the antis that are there now, the kids still would have experimented with it because they've been drilled into their heads how bad smoking is, and if they heard the truth that this is better for them, they're going to experiment with this before they even think about picking up a cigarette.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what the shape or size of the product is.
Exactly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this wraps up another episode of Mixing and Chilling. I think we're on episode 41. Stay tuned to social media to find out if we're going to have a show next week. If my brother can take my mother for her heart cath, we'll have another show next week. I'll have another retro vape for you guys, another random recipe, and maybe another doctor interview that we can tear apart.
That'd be interesting.
So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. Hope you guys all have a fantastic Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and we'll see you back here next Tuesday.
Wow. As always, boys and girls, thank you everybody in chat. As always, you do make the show what it is. But do remember, guys, drop your little hand checks on Facebook for next week. We love seeing what you're vaping on and all that stuff. But as always, thank you for joining us. I tell you what it is, this alcohol is hitting us a bit tonight. But I do apologize for that.
I think it might be all that caffeine and taurine.
Oh, hell shit, yeah. But as always, guys, you guys in chat, again, thank you to Alex for, I don't know how long he's put up for me. I don't know how he does it. But I'm still here. We're still rock and rolling. And as always, guys, hopefully we'll see you at the same time, same place next week. Fingers crossed. But as always, boys and girls, stay safe, vape safe, and we'll all see you very soon. You all take care. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Then I'll be at your door when I'll be coming home. I plan to let you know the longing of my heart, the wish I carry high whenever we're apart. It takes me through the night when I look deep into your eyes. When I look deep into your eyes. When I'll be coming home.